on our way to get the GrubHub order. So we have not done any work today, and this is our first order of the day. We're breaking it out with this nice $22 payout from GrubHub. We're on our way to the restaurant right now. We've got to be there at 11:48. We're going to arrive about 4 minutes early, so that's good. And we should have a nice little payout here to start the day out. It looks like it's a 14 item. There's basically an assortment of sandwiches that we're going to be picking up. Another hot day. It's 92 degrees. Didn't end up having to go in or take my son to the babysitter because my wife was put on call today. So we might get a call midstream. I have to return back home. So be aware of that possibility. So we canceled our sitter. And I figured, well, I'll go out and start the day fresh with this Jesus Christ, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You stupid fuckhead. Like, are you kidding me, man? That was, by the way, a tractor and trailer. Like, he is weaving in and out. He just literally comes over, I guess because he didn't want to be behind somebody or whatever. Who the hell knows? I don't know. But he cuts over, and of course, he didn't look. He couldn't see, so he should not have been making that turn. And I literally had to very quickly get out of the way. I mean, if it wasn't for my spider-like reflexes, we'd be on a live stream with an accident. So thank God that didn't happen. But so we're going to put a poll up here that will run the course of the GrubHub order. Where there it is, there's a truck enforcement. They need to pull that truck over back there. Get that lunatic off the road. Anyways, we're going to start the poll today. Again, I ran a poll last night on the community page. It was 50-50. So we had no decision. So we're going to let you good people here live break the tie and decide, what do we do? When we get done with the GrubHub, we're going to turn our DoorDash app. Am I turning it on earn by time? And going earn by time to 100 more orders? Because again, for those of you that were not in the live yesterday, I ended up declining 2 orders at the end of the day. I do believe, going back and looking through my records, that there's enough video evidence to suggest I was at 96% from the title of my video to the end of the video the previous day. How you doing, Olive, Len, and Wolf? Or Wolf? I don't know if I'm reading that right. Welcome to the stream. And so I think I lost a point anyways. So I don't think I did much damage to myself. But we have to decide, do we go up? I'm doing well, Olive. And Natalie Whitaker, hello. How you doing? Nice to see you. Appreciate the thumbs up. Whoever hit thumbs up out there, please hit the thumbs up on your way in. And make sure, don't hit it again on the way out. You're taking it away. But, hit it on the way in. And let me know. And if you want to... So we're going to start that poll here in just a moment when we get to the restaurant, and it'll run all the way for however long this GrubHub order takes. You guys will get to vote. Now, if you really want to have a definitive vote, you can, anyone who wants to super chat in their vote will actually get a super vote. You'll get the deciding vote. So if you feel strongly enough that you want to supersede the poll, you can do so with a super chat. And that will give precedence as to what I do today. If you feel strongly enough to not see the torturous actions of taking every order. Now, what we're not going to do is we're not going back on earn by offer until I can decline. Earn by offer was such a horrible experience. And what we're going to do, because I believe this is going to be the strategy most people should employ on DoorDash going forward, utilize earn by time to get up to, you name it, 100%, 95%. Then, strategically, utilize 25 turndowns, which should be plenty according to DoorDash in order to get the optimum experience. Utilize up to 25 turndowns on your way down to 75%. When you hit 75%, now you're going to go on earn by time again. So now you're back on earn by time. Now, not to say you can't, if you really love earn by time, you can just stay on earn by time. But you're not going to be realizing the fullness of the program of DoorDash that you've gotten yourself by being a platinum tier. And that is, you've got priority. And you've got the priority to get the best orders. So you've got to clean up a little bit, start communicating with the algorithm by declining the orders that are just insane, like the ones I got last night. $2.50 for 8 miles. $5.50 for 3 miles from 2 restaurants. Those are things you just don't do. I mean, I guess you could do it. The $5.50 for 3 is, in order for one restaurant you could justify that you wouldn't want to necessarily get rid of a decline, but you could decide, the thing DoorDash is boxing you in on is it's going to cost you potentially 2 points. So, although I think now, and correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe now, given the fact that they're counting the stacks as one base pay, that I do believe now they're counting the stacks against you as one offer. But I could be wrong. But it counts as multiple deliveries in terms of your delivery counter. But now it counts for acceptance rate, it counts as 1, not 2. I think it used to count as 2, but now it's 1. So I think they made that change because it only went down 1 point yesterday. Now it could have been that I had 2, but I don't recall having 2 in a row declines, although actually I did. It's funny because I did actually, because I had the 2 back-to-back cell phone issues. So it's possible that was just that one coming off. So we'll see. We'll see what you guys decide for me. So it's 11:40 right now. We're about 3 minutes from this restaurant, and it's coming up that I can click arrive. Oh, looks like I'm not yet there. At least it's coming up. The arrivals are. I was surprised it's going to let me click arrive this far out. So, and this one is designated as a large order. So, for those of you wondering, GrubHub does have a large order program. I've been aware of this for quite some time. It will designate large. They will be scheduled sometimes, and sometimes they will just be orders. Like, for instance, if I were to let this go, there will be a driver in the area that would get this order, and they would suddenly get it offered right away because the order is ready to be picked up at 11:48. And if I wouldn't have shown up or had a scheduling conflict and had to get out of it, then a driver would have instantly got this. But I got the benefit of getting to schedule it, and that's nice because I knew today, now, hey, I got this nice scheduled large order. Now, it makes me, again, want to potentially get more, deeper into GrubHub. Now, I also want to talk to you guys. We'll talk about this on the way to this drop-off. I went ahead and became a customer last night of Uber Eats. So I want to talk about that experience with you. I have some thoughts on it. And it was a quite interesting experience. It was a good experience. My delivery driver did a great job. The food came great. And I think it was an overall good experience, at least in comparison to what this restaurant's in-house menu is. I had the menu to compare. So we're going to get into all of that because I think Uber Eats is really taking a huge step at trying to go after DoorDash in the delivery market, and I think they're going to be successful. And we're going to get into some of my thoughts on that. Now we're here. Stick arrived. There we go. I don't know where my chat went. All right, let's see. Thank you, Olive, Len, and Will. Is that Olive, Len, and Wilf? Thank you. I appreciate that. Kevin Hawthorne. Hello, welcome. Noah the Trumpet, welcome. Thank you for stopping in. Please vote. Hit that like button, guys. Um, Remember, if you're a gig worker and you hit the like button, it increases your earnings by 20 to 30%. And if you're the 13th individual, because that's my lucky number, it's my birthday, if you're the 13th individual to like this chat, you get an automatic 50% increase to your earnings next time you're out working in a gig economy. So don't forget to do it. My man Yup has done this on every single live that I've had and has effectively increased his earnings 20 to 30% uh, over the last year. So, all right, guys. So let's see here. Let's set up our sheet. We got 4 more minutes before we go in there. We're going to utilize those by getting our sheet set up. I should have just had this set up already since I've already got. I knew I already had an order, but I didn't. Today is the 26th. So we're getting paid $22.40 for 4.6 miles, guys. That's not bad at all. Although we drove a few miles to get here, but it's 4.6 miles from here. Let's see, what time do they want me delivering this? For our good friend. Let's go out here and see what the tasks are. We're going to the Procter Gamble plant, so this will be an easy drop off. Love it, man. Love it. So they're wanting this at dropped off by 12:15. Guys, this is as easy as it gets. So anyways, let's see what the votes say right now. Yes, continue. 2 votes. All right, guys. Well, like I mentioned, if you have a strong enough feeling that you want to overrule the poll, the free poll, you can submit a super chat. And whoever sends the highest super chat overrules all of them. So that is one end around. Or just vote in the poll. But if your position's severely outnumbered, you can overrule that. Anyways, let me run in here and see where we're at, guys. just don't always have as many orders as the other one. Was it?
Because we had to put them in, put GrubHubs in individually. Oh god.
Oh, really? Oh, jeez.
Like, this was so fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually got this order like 2 days ago. Just scheduled it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for helping out. Yep, you have a good one. All right, guys. So it looks like we're at 50-50 right now. We're right back where we were on the community post. So, wow. Okay. It looks like very mixed out there ideas of what I should do. It's essentially, uh-oh, my wife's calling. I hope this isn't bad news. Hold on. Sorry guys, my wife called and I'm having to talk to her. That's why there's no audio. There isn't an issue. Sorry Dash and John, how you doing guys? Yeah, I apologize. I'm on the phone with my wife right now, so give me just a moment. I'll be back. All right, guys, I apologize there. No, there's no connection loss. Maybe there is a connection loss now. We're up in kind of an area, but my wife was giving me a call. We were talking about. I thought it was about maybe her having to go into work, but it was about some other stuff. So looks like we're at 50-50, guys. The no's were ruling it for a while, and now we've brought it to 50-50. So we've gotten 12 votes.
Back to session, you may be seated.
Judge, we have a question.
You may be seated.
Judge, we have a question for the jury. It's been marked QQQ.
All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if if I'm going to stay up until, I'm not sure why right now this phone, maybe it's this phone. I went back to using my S24 Ultra and it seems to have a problem. I don't know if it's the case I have on it or what. My S23 Ultra seems to be doing a heck of a better job. Hold on.
I would simply ask for one very simple amendment, and that is at the top of the voting slip.
So we completed that order. I actually forgot to hit pickup because I guess I had switched into the screen to see the drop-off location, never got out of it, thought I was already there. Anyways. So when we dropped it off, I had to click pick up and then click arrive, etc. So we've got now a little controversy right now with me and Spark. I'm a little upset, right? So my drop rate had been 6% on the 24th. Today's the 26th, I think. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it went back up again. But my drop rate's now at 6%. I think they're going to be resetting the metrics. I was at 4%. And I'm pretty certain, so I'm hoping that the 6%, I had been at 6% a little bit ago, and then I believe it was the other day, when we did the order, it dropped me to 4%, because we did 2 Spark orders over the course of a couple of days. So now they've said they're resetting the metrics back to 624. And I hope that that's not where we're at again, that they just erased those orders and then counting for me. But yesterday will not count. So if you're a Spark driver, I think that might be what I'm looking at here because I had multiple drops yesterday, as you guys know. Um, so hopefully they get that corrected. But right now I have Spark, Uber Eats, and GrubHub on, and we're going to go back down here. I have not yet turned on DoorDash because we're at 50-50, so it's looking like I'm going to have to break the vote. Unless somebody else wants to break the tie right now. We had a tie on the community page. We've literally had a tie here. Last time, it just ran away on the yes, continue. Today, not so much. So, I'm going to have to decide. And I'm still giving thoughtful contemplation as to what I'm going to do here. We're going to go back in. I'm going to go back in and double check my ratings right now. Let's see where we're at. Let's see. So we are at 95% acceptance rate. That is confirmed. We still have not, we're at 4.93. My 1 star is still there. Why is that? What the hell? I'm going to have to call support on that. Because unless I got a new 1 star, which I shouldn't have. We're at 4.93, so we should be, the 1 star should be gone. So we'll be making a call into support to verify this. Figure out why that 1 star is still there when it should have been removed. In order to make sure it's not a new one. I mean, that would be very incredibly disappointing. But that'll jump us even higher in our ratings because I believe we need to try to get up to 5. But we're at 99% completion rate. And right now we have 295 deliveries in the last 30 days and 4583 lifetime deliveries. So there we are. All right, now Uber is sending us something. Let's see, is it good? No, it's not. 21.9 miles, $14.08. So that is the opening bid from Uber Eats. That's just not going to work for me. I'm sorry. Can't do that. Cannot do that. GrubHub is sending us an offer, $5.95 for Cracker Barrel, going 6.9 miles. We're going to reject that. That offer is just too low. I know GrubHub says, hey, I just gave you $22 for 4 miles. Why not take that? And the answer is because we're not going to. All right, and hold on a minute here. We're going to have to reset the stream, I think, because I'm not getting anything now on this. So give me a moment. Oh, okay, so we have more votes. So we're at 6139. Okay, so I guess I'm glad I reset it. I think I must have been frozen or things must not have been updated. Dasher John says, so I can't imagine it being easy to do a live while you're in West Bygone, Virginia. It's not. It is not. The cell phone connection is terrible. I'm on AT&T. I need to try maybe going on my iPhone and using T-Mobile. That might be a better experience. And I guess I could get my Z Flip out and try to put my Verizon card in, although I don't think Verizon would be better. Caleb.com says, AR, I would not worry about it. Well, I think we've got our answers. Once again, the yeses ran away with it. So let's add in DoorDash now and see what they have for us. earn by time, and we will only work on earn by time. That is going to be the rule, guys. So if earn by time's not available, we're doing other ads. And anything on Spark yet? Nope. So we are going live on DoorDash. We are live now. So DoorDash is now in the mix. The only one not in the mix right now is Instacart. And right away we're picked up. Oh man, okay. They come right on out with the fun, man. Oh wow, Jesus. Okay. Maybe I should have followed the nose. Looks like the votes are still coming in. 58-42. Road to rideshare guy. How you doing? We're about to get. We have our first earn by time offer. 12.7 miles. Panera Bread. 2 Panera Breads going way out in the country. So let's go. The only thing we can hope is that there are 2 big, fat, nice, juicy tips on this thing. Going 12 miles out to the country, and I hate to tell you all this, but guess what? A majority of those miles we are going to carry back with us. So this is going to be a big, fat, effed up order. So they are continuing the brutalizing nature, although stacks are where you make your money on earn by time. So it's promising that they came out with a stack. The last time I did a 12-mile stack, I made $25. So, and it was a Logan Steakhouse and a Chipotle order, and it was they weren't large orders by any means. They were a couple of like single dishes, but the customers each tipped respectively between the two $14, and I got $11 on the base pay. So we should have a nice plump, fat, and juicy base pay on this because it's going to take me a little bit to get out there to that final drop off because it's literally 12 miles away from where I'm at because I'm probably 0.3 miles from the Panera Bread. So let the fun begin. Here we are, 2 orders. I don't know as I was saying earlier, I don't know if this counts as 2 towards the AR or 1 towards the AR now under the new plan. I think under earn by time, I think it counts as 2. I think under earn by offer, it counts as 1. I think they do it by offer, but I could be wrong on that. If someone out there wants to correct me, please do. So now we'll find out. And this Panera Bread is very well renowned for long waits, so be prepared for that as well. So let's click arrived. And the first order we have is soup, mac, and salad, and a grilled cheese and creamy tomato soup. And then on the second one, we're getting a chicken bacon rancher. So I don't think I have to say that the tip potential here on the chicken bacon rancher is very low. It's probably like $2 or $1 if anything. And this other one's probably a couple of dollars. And we're probably looking at, if we're lucky, a $5 tip in total, probably $16 payout in total. And then, like I said, we got to ride all the way back. But look, this is what it is. You never know. We've already got 22 in the house due to all right, 12.7 miles, 125, and it's going to be more than that, I can tell you, because we drove 4 miles from that last drop off. All right, guys, do me a favor while we're waiting to pick this order up. I'm going to end the poll right now. We are at 58:42. Please hit that like button. Let's get the thumbs up going. And I'll be back. Sacramento Lenny. I haven't heard the new ring yet. Is that on the iPhone? Because I know my Android phone really doesn't have a ring at all. Um, all right, so we have picked up those orders. The first drop off we have, exit navigation, yes, is 11 minutes away, guys. So the first one is not the crazy one. This one's not actually too bad. But I think this is the one that's probably got no tip on it. Could be wrong. But we shall find out. And then the second order, let's see, where's the second? How far out are we on the second? Is 19 minutes away. And let's see here. And 11 miles away. So that's the big one. What's going on with my map? Oh, you don't have an iPhone. Okay, I got you. So then it must be, yeah, I haven't noticed. I guess maybe I need to turn the ringtone up or something. 'Cause I don't hear a ring on my Samsungs. I've wondered about that because when I go back to my iPhone, you get the familiar jingle, and then on my Samsung, I get nothing. Or it's just my typical ringtone, whatever it is. Maybe I changed it and didn't realize it at some point. Yeah, I have a 24 Ultra as well, and I have it just kind of transfers over. The thing is, when I started setting up my Samsung phones, I set them all up similar because I have multiple ones that I'll use. So I like them to be similarly set up. So I just use the same build on each one. So my concern is that possibly I turn something off at one point, and then it's just transferred over on each one I've got and built. So I'm gonna have to go into the notifications and just make sure they're all turned on properly. All right, let's see here, guys. So first drop. Well, we'll see you there. Hello, Farshad. Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping in. We're at the sea tank. I mean, that's the problem with Earn by Time. Is you don't know what you're getting. So I think one of the attractions to people to Earn by Time, which ends up, I noticed having worked that extensively for 2 weeks, and then when I got onto my Earn by Offer or I'm working another app, it's like you're constantly in that hidden tip mode where you know there could be a tip. How much will it be? So since I have no idea what the offer will be, I find myself like on a stack order like this. I'm like, okay, this is going to take X amount of minutes. So if the base pay covers my miles in this instance, or most of my miles, and the tip is 5 and 5, boy, that could be a really, if there's no tip on one, but there's a $3 tip on another, it could really be a shitty payout. You don't know, of course, until you get done the order. So it's similar to the feeling when you see the plus sign. You don't know what it's going to be. The anticipation is there. And you're getting that payout. Sometimes you get the payout like, oh, it's a great one. Or sometimes you don't. But the reality is you just want to keep playing the game because you keep wanting to find out. And now DoorDash, they've been able to now capture it where on Earn by Time it's on every single order because you don't know what it is. So you might see, hey, it's a sit-down restaurant and it has a lot of items. You still don't know if it's good or not. For mine, I think I paid, well, a couple things on it. I did a trade, so I got an automatic $1,000 off because I traded in a phone for it. But the price I believe was it was $12.99, but I got the upgrade to the 512 gigabyte version. So I think the version I got is normally, I don't know, 1,350 or maybe it's 1,400. I'm not sure. But like I said, I traded a phone towards it, so I've got billing credits coming towards it that is offsetting what I'm paying. So I think I paid I'm going to end up paying $200 for it, based on the amount over the terms of billing credits. So, and that's pretty much what I've done. Now, like I said, there was a time when Samsung on their website, you could go pretty much buy any phone on, that was running about $100, $80 to $100, and turn it over to Samsung's website, and they would give you $1,000 off their newest device. It was a great deal. So you could literally buy the latest device, get it completely unlocked for like $300. And I did some serious work on that program to get some phones, and that's how I got some of my earlier phones, and then I turned around and traded those later on to get newer models, and yeah, that's how I now have an S24 Ultra, an S23 Ultra, a Z Fold 4, a Z Fold 5, a Z Flip. So I've got different devices I can try out at any given time and see how they work, and see how they go, and see how they age. So we're getting off at the next exit. So the first drop off isn't going to be too bad. The second drop off is going to be the one we have to watch because it's the one going way out. And in fact, our stream will probably hit some rocky times because we're going to be way out in a place called Back Creek Valley. I guarantee you the service will be spotty as hell. That's interesting. I thought Spark would just be popping and hopping today, but it's not. Now maybe it's because I'm in through Walmart's, maybe it's because maybe they're still having problems. But I've not gotten one offer, which is unusual. Normally I turn it on, and right now they've got red all around, meaning they're hot. So normally I would have at least gotten something, whether it's a $7 order or an $8 order or whatever. But apparently, even with a full day off, yeah, you pay. It's an installment plan, Farshad. S Ultra 1200. Yeah, so let's return another phone, $1,000 trade. Correct. Yep. Yeah, Farshad. It's installments. They do installments. That's pretty much how they've defaulted to all the major carriers now. You're pretty much, there is no contract. What they've done is they've taken a page out of DoorDash's spot. So what they've done is they've been able to promote that they're not on contracts anymore. And then they turn around and they say, hey, trade your old phone. You trade your old phone. And then they put you on a 36-month installment plan where they give you that $1,000 trade-in credit over 36 months. But if you cancel your line, you forfeit your trade-in credits. If you pay it off early, you forfeit the remaining trade-in credits. You have to pay off the phone at whatever the amount is. So it's it's not a completely transparent deal there. You think you don't have a contract, but you really do. What they've done is they've managed to utilize the trading credits on your phones, and I find that to be very distasteful. The other thing they do is if you were to buy like another phone, at least this is how AT&T does it. So say you have another line. Say you have a line for your wife, your kid, your brother, your sister, whatever, and you cancel that line within 60 days of buying that new phone, they will cancel your trading credits. So they've kind of like, I don't know, I guess you could say they're kind of like the gig app slash meet the credit card companies, where they figured out a way to get your old phone, potentially take your old phone from you in its entirety, and then, you know, if you don't comply completely and explicitly with all the terms and conditions while you're on a trade, you can lose your trading credits at any time, and it locks you into a 3-year deal with that carrier. And again, like I said, other carriers will have been known to offer gift cards and things, but again, you're giving up the trading credit. Farm market yesterday, you see now why I was so upset. Only a couple of mile drive out here. We were very close to where that Chick-fil-A was yesterday. We could have had that done in a very quick time. So Sacramento Lenny says, I think it's pretty credit card. Roommate helped me do it. He's a computer guy. Okay. I like having 2 phones. One to listen to YouTube while driving around doing DoorDash. So I have 2 phones. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right. I recommend anybody who's doing gig work on a more than like ultra part-time basis should consider having 2 phones. And the thing is, you can write off the phone service, or majority of the phone service. So it's like you're just diverting money you would have paid for taxes over to your phone, and you're getting a good deal of value out of having 2 phones. If you multi-app, it's nice because you can switch over to the other apps on the other phone while you're working one app over here. That's what I used to do when I had 2 iPhones into the Samsung game. And then, like I said, Samsung's deals is the one that got me, in a position to have all these phones to try out. And I realized, man, Samsung has such a variety of phones, and all of them bring different features and benefits to the gig worker. So it's super nice to have, especially a Z Fold. A Z Fold is a really good device, and a really good device for a gig worker. It's expensive, but if you can do it right, and you keep it for 3 years, and right now if you buy the Z Fold 5, I would recommend the Z Fold 6 is coming out, so hold the horse, because the Z Fold 5 is going to get a huge price drop, and the Z Fold 6, maybe you want to go with that with the 7 years of support. I'll be right back. Alright guys, that was successful. It was a handed to me order. I don't know if you guys could hear that or not. But he came right to the door. And now we have a 13-minute, 7-mile ride out to the country. So strap in, guys. It's gonna probably be rocking. Yes, that's correct. So now we have the real one. This is the real ride out here. Now, one of these tipped probably decent. One of these I think didn't tip well at all. Alright, so here we go, guys. I don't know which way this is going to go. I don't know where we're going to hit. But if it comes out here and goes the way I think we're going to go, which is to hang a right out here, it's going to be real tough because they're going to take us over the mountain. Let me show you the mountain I'm talking about. Right over there. You see that mountain in the distance? That's where they're taking us over. And that, my friends, is where the cell phone issues are going to be tremendous. So, in the event that we have to kill the stream, and it won't be that I kill the stream, but it'll be that the time we spend away. If we spend like more than 5 minutes away, YouTube will kill the stream. It'll just be impossible for me to bring up. So I may have to do a part 2. If you go back a few days ago in this challenge, I had like 7 parts because we were on Earn by Time, and they had us all over the county, all over the place. So if that happens, as soon as I get a chance to bring it back up, you'll see part 2 pop up, and I'll come back up, and I'll update you guys on where we end up. If we're able to survive out here, I'll keep trying to reconnect, keep trying to keep that connection going. I've found as long as I keep hitting reconnect, it kind of doesn't start that timer, and it'll connect momentarily, and then it'll boot it right back on. But it will at least stream eyes. So we have a 10-minute drive, 6 miles from this point right now. We'll see what happens. As of right, let's see here, where are we at on our? We started this order at 12:20, so we are at 28 minutes. Continue run this thing for a little bit because I have no service. That happens sometimes. But we're going to probably be at about 40 minutes. So we're going to realize about this was a 12 and a half mile offer. So to get to at least $1 a mile, we will need at least a $12 payout. My prediction is we will be at about a $15 payout. So the real story will be on what happens after we process out the order. How long do we have to wait? How far do we have to travel until we get hired again on an app? And again, I have no idea how long that will be. So we're going to turn Uber back on. I turned Uber off when I was in bread because it was going off like crazy and it wasn't good orders, and I wasn't the Uber orders, and I knew I had a long drive ahead of me, so there was anything with Uber. So we are going up this big mountain, and if you're in a Prius, you know if you're driving mountains, it's not great. Makes you, at least my Prius, you just really can feel the struggle that it has. It's not a mountainous vehicle. It's a good flat road vehicle, a good interstate vehicle to a degree. And this is the Verizon cell phone tower. So right now, if what I'm told AT&T does is correct, they should be switching to the nearest tower. Supposedly they have the ability to do that. You noticed it too, Sacramento, Lenny? Yeah, I noticed it as well, and it's been really bad in terms of just the quality of orders as well. So, like I said, Friday was a decent day. We made $200. It was all on earned by time. But boy, we came back out on Monday, and it was like, yeah. So, I'm in the, I'm out in the sticks, so to speak. I'm in a place called Back Creek Valley. It's, well, we were on top of a mountain. Now I guess you could say we're in the valley. I don't think you'd call it a canyon. I think you'd call it a valley. I'm in between two mountains right now. So right now we're getting some signal. Sorry guys, it's in and out. But I think we should be back in position to get another offer real quick. If not right away, depending on our cell phone signal. Us out. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a ride out. Let's see. Nope, not that. This is it right here. So we got to actually go all the way back down here. All right. Nice unpaved driveway. Long one, too. Got to always watch for potholes. Stupid stuff. I damaged my car on this nice unpaved driveway out here in the farmland. But it's actually a real nice spot, it looks like, for cell phone service. So that's good. All right, guys. So now we're gonna get our answer. Was this worth it? Are they sticking the screws to us? It looks like they got a pit bull out here. Waiting to greet me. I hope it's raining. Certainly hope he's friendly. All right, guys. Moment of truth. So, what did I tell you? I got it just about right. I was a little low on my estimation, but just about right. I got a $16.76 payout, $8.86 base pay, $4.10 on the Panera bread, the first one, and $3.80 on this one. But actually, it's $4.10 on this one, actually, because I'm looking at the difference. There's two different types. I don't know. I guess one must have come from the website and one must have come from maybe DoorDash. But it was $4.10 and $3.80. The one that we just delivered was for $4.10. The one that we delivered that was just that sandwich was $3.80. It's a good delivery driver knows. It's now about spot or just staying busy within this area. And there is potential that I could get orders because I think it's about 3 miles down the road. There's a little shopping plaza down there. Now that was a little scary. That dog, it was like an older dog, and he seemed to be okay with me walking up. And when I turned around, he kind of got aggressive on me a little bit. And I was like, holy cow, was he going to go off on me? But it was a pit bull, so we're not talking about a dog that's just going to give you a little nip. Talking about a dog that can tear you up. So, I mean, obviously nothing happened, but that customer really should think about maybe where they have that dog, because other delivery drivers, especially if you were asked a safety question at that moment, might say, I felt unsafe. I mean, it's like, and do you really want the possibility that someone delivering food gets bit or something or whatever? It's too afraid to go in and get an incident going. I mean, there's some drivers that would have said, I'm not getting out of the car. So, like, you're coming out to get the food from me, or I'm just going to lay it on the ground and pull off. I mean, so people react differently to everything. Not having that dog out there. I don't care. I call myself the dog whisperer because I can pretty much deal with any animal. And in that case, like I said, when I walked up, it seemed to be okay. But I wasn't going to touch it because you just don't touch a dog if it's barking. It's a stupid idea. That bark is a warning. So we're at $16.76 on DoorDash, $22 already. We're in a much better position already today, an hour into it, than we were any of our other days. Mainly because we started out with a scheduled catering order on GrubHub. I am a YE. The total ended up being $16.76. So we got $8.86 base pay, $4.10 tip on one order, $3.80 tip on the other order, for a total of $16.76. And as I was mentioning, we're not too far away from where we can get another order. So now the question becomes, will DoorDash, if DoorDash is saying 1 to 4 minutes for me to get an order, but I know there's a sub level today, and now it's silent again. Now we're back in a good service area, so we'll figure that out. But they made 2 offers to me, totaling $16, going, I think it was 8 and 9 miles respectively, doing 2 or 3 orders. We did not obviously do anything with those, and now they're gone. Which is fine because I wasn't going to consider doing those. Uber is up. Instacart is not. I probably should have Instacart up because there's a Martin's over here that does pickups, so I need to turn that on. Because if there is a good grocery pickup, I'll do it. Since I'm out here, this is a pretty active Martin's, so let's log in before we get over it. Hopefully we can, and that we're in a good proximity. Absolutely outstanding if we got some. Alright, all this in. Might have to do identity verification. Just depends. Oops. State police officer. Maybe he'd go active on my Instagram. Technically speaking, you're not allowed to touch your cell phone while you're driving. So how DoorDash justifies operating in a state like this, I have no idea, or really any of the apps. Because every time DoorDash is up now 2 to 6 minutes, still Tender Shack is still the closest. And Tender Shack, I do believe Outback, I'm pretty certain, or it's either Outback or Chili's, one or the other. But they're all in the same spot, so I know where they want me to go. What I'd like to see happen right now is an offer come right now, because we are about to get to that area that I talked about. GrubHub, if you want to send me an offer, right now, cheesesteak, it's the Philly cheesesteak plus, right here to the left. Now they're one of these little spots that's like, it's like a sandwich shop built around. West Virginia has these video lottery terminal machines, which are very similar to slot machines, but they're not slot machines. They're essentially digital scratch-off machines. And essentially, you go in and play them. Now, like I said, they play like a slot machine. They have all the different games that you can have with them. But you see a lot of these little places, they're building a sandwich shop around it, and that'll be kind of, and then they're building an area in the back, put a couple of those lottery terminals in. And you know that that's kind of what's going on because it has a little lottery sign out front. But that's what that is. So you see, so they of course make some pretty good cheesesteaks, but at the same time too, a lot of clientele that goes in there and enjoys a cheesesteak and plays the video lottery terminal. I think it's a really, like, to me, that's not fun. Going to a little crack shop, little shop like that, and I mean that's not fun. It's not entertaining. But I guess maybe people that are doing that are not there to be entertained. I guess you could say. It's, going to a casino itself is entertaining. You go in, maybe you go eat a good dinner, you go play a little gaming, whatever gaming you want to do. And it's like going out to a shopping mall. Now you sit there, to me, gambling in your house, gambling in that setting, isn't really entertaining. I mean, where's the entertainment value? And I guess you're getting entertained by the game, but you lose your money and you're like, did you get a good value for your money? I don't think so. But you go to a casino and you actually get comps and returns and a good meal and an entertaining night out, and you spend a reasonable entertainment budget, you're going to entertain. Now here we are, guys. Now the hotspots have just refreshed, and we're looking at a closer area. It's the McDonald's up here now. They switched us to it. Now I want you to understand this. We began this order, okay? Start driving again. Well, we made 1586, and if you consider the fact that we began this order took us 38 minutes, I think according to what DoorDash showed. So now we're driving back, we're right in line. I mean, we earned it, 2 orders, we made 1686. So now DoorDash puts us in a holding pattern, and they're holding us to $16. Earned by offer, they want us to make $16. So they got to offer us super low orders. Maybe we get one at a time. Maybe we get, we're getting 2 orders for $5.50 going 3 miles. And then that puts us in line for that $10 order. And now we're still making $15.50, which is exactly what DoorDash wants us to make. Again, just like they said would be the case. The idea here, or the idea has always been from DoorDash, was to make us make the 2 programs earn simple. Now, believe it or not, I feel better about this order than I would have doing 3 $4 order, or doing 4 $4 orders to make $16, which is what DoorDash would have had me do yesterday, and has been having me do. Or they're sending me on a $7 15-mile journey, again, with the sole purpose being to burn my time, because I told them I'm going to be working. Yesterday I told them I was going to be working, 6 hours, so it burns up some of your time. And then they figured, there'd be a pocket of time when they could give me a big shop, or they could give me a big pickup, and it all will average out. And that's what I think they do. Now, the thing is, they don't... Oh, here we go. Hold on. My God, Uber. So Uber's making an offer for 5 guys, 17.7 miles, $9.08. That's right, guys. You just heard that. $9.08 for 17.7 miles. Now, what golf down. Do you think they would have stacked me and made that better? Was that all no tip? Was that just a small order? Should I have taken it just to get started with Uber? Many of you out there have told me that you believe Uber is going to give you a couple of bad orders and then they're going to start loading you up with good orders. Is that ever a good strategy to quote unquote get started with a bad order? Many of you would say, well, you just did that on DoorDash, didn't you? You took that earn by time for 12.5 miles. And now they're making you come all the way back. And that is true, they did. So who won that one? DoorDash is just getting it on the back end. Had I taken that order right now, and again, if y'all want to see that, let me know. Would you want to see me do accept every order that I'm offered by all apps? In other words, instead of just doing it on DoorDash, instead of just doing it on GrubHub, just have my apps on. And the first order that comes in, and if there's more, now the only rule would be is if I was getting offered 2 orders from 2 apps at the same time, I just take the best of the 2, whatever that is. Now Spark would be a little more difficult in there because sometimes they send you multiple offers, but it could be, take the best on the screen at the given moment. So if Spark's got something up right now, Spark has nothing up. But if Spark would have 3 orders on there, and again, sometimes they give you offers that aren't even in your area, so I'd have to add that in there. I'm not going to go do an out-of-market order. Best offer in my market at the given moment. If DoorDash or somebody sends me something, and see what a strategy like that would look like. Live, for you guys to see it. Not edited. Just purely what we see. Let's check out Instacart. Anything going on with Instacart? Now we're heading over right now to the McDonald's that they have told me to head to. There is a Martin's over there that I have done several very nice grocery delivery offers for. I've done some decent shops over here. Right now, Spark, nothing. And then we've got McDonald's right now. 1.5 miles away, 2 to 9 minutes. So when I get over there, DoorDash is telling me that in the next 2 to 9 minutes, I should get an offer of some sort. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll see. Sorry, we spent 40 minutes on that order. And so pretty much, I think they've pretty much taken us to the hour point at this point. Let's see, that's what I'm going to check out. Let's see. So we began that offer at 12:24. It is 1:16. So we are almost at a 1 hour point. Oh no, that was when we arrived. Sorry, 12:20. So we are 4 minutes from it being an hour. And I will tell you exactly how many miles we drove in the entirety when we get to the hot spot. And maybe when we get to the, and when we do finally get an order, provided we don't get an order at this hot spot. DoorDash has done that to me before. They recommend you go to one hot spot and then there's shoot you an order and it's all the way across town at the other hot spot. We're going to get back to following DoorDash's plan. It just seems, I'm going to say it again. I said this when I was doing Earn My Time before. I said it. I think it was apparent the last few days I was doing Earn My Offer. It is a smoother, much easier, much nicer experience doing Earn My Offer. I don't know what, or to Earn My Time. I don't know why that is. I think it's because, like right now, it's not even like there isn't a consideration really. I mean, it's just a matter of maybe I decide I don't want to drive 12 miles, so I could have justified making that. Here we go. Pizza bag required. We got a pizza at offer, and we will hit accept on that. And there we go, just like that. 2 items, medium hand toss, and 18-piece traditional wings. And there it is. It's that simple. There wasn't a consideration of how much is it. I didn't have to see that this was $2.25, no tip. Maybe there's a cash tip. I don't know any of that until I get to the end. I'm just hitting accept. I know I'm getting paid $13.25 from this point until I drop it off. And it's that simple. And now Uber's back in the mix. Once again, they have improved that order. They're giving me the opportunity for $10.07 now for 17.4 miles. Now the interesting thing is that's actually heading in the exact direction that this DoorDash order is heading in. So I think it's funny that I accept this DoorDash order, and then they retry again and they add a few extra dollars to it. I mean, because technically speaking, I could go pick this DoorDash order up, go through town, go buy the Five Guys if I want to be crazy and probably risk creating trouble for myself on DoorDash. But if I wanted to do it, I could. And of course, you know, in my eyes, I'm getting paid $13.25 on DoorDash base pay. So it's like I'm getting base pay now across this whole order, and I could go drop off, pick up the Five Guys. I would drop the DoorDash order off first because it would be along the way, and then I could go drop off the Five Guys order, and I'd be getting, you know, base pay all the way through to pick up a Five Guys, and then I'd be getting an extra $10, literally going probably instead of 17 miles, I'd be going, I don't know, I guess I'd be going still 12 miles, so it's really not a very good value. But in Uber's idea, I'm heading in the same direction, so now it would be whatever DoorDash pays me plus $10. Now, the downside to that scenario that I just laid out is in the potential that I get a contract violation on the DoorDash order. Because as soon as I pick up that DoorDash order, unless I hold hitting the pickup button, well, I guess you could do that. But then you run into the problem of, well, all right, you hold hitting the pickup button, it's on and earn my time. So it's going to trigger potentially if the store hits that it's been picked up and you haven't hit the pickup button yet, and you're driving all around town and you're on earn by time, you probably would be risking more than just a contract violation. Road to Rideshare. Good to see you. I don't know if you saw the last order. We got paid out $16.86. We're now on another DoorDash order for Pizza Hut, going 5.6 miles. So DoorDash did make us drive all the way back to a few miles down the road. I'll go over exactly how many miles it ended up being. Give me a moment. So we ended up driving 8 more miles. So we drove a total of 19 miles on that order to get paid $16. Catering order went well. That was very simple. It was going to the Procter & Gamble plant. Drop off is really easy there. So that one went real well. That was the star of the day so far. That went really well. Then we got on DoorDash, and well, you know, it's been like DoorDash has been the last few days. Not exactly the best. But we're back on earn by time, so our mindset's a little more positive, and we're hoping we're going to get some tip on this order that we're doing, since it's a pizza order. So we drove 19 miles, and then we drove an additional 8 miles. So we drove 27 miles to make $16.76. That's the reality of that. And now we're at the store. So if I really wanted to plug it in right, I could put my miles right now when I arrived at this store in for that last order, and that would be the, well, let's do it. Let's just do that. So I'll tell you the actual gas cost on that order for me. So it cost me $1.96 in gas versus the $16.76 payout. And I drove 27 miles. I've driven 39 miles today. And made $39.16. And at first we were in really good position. And that is from my doorstep, since I started tracking my miles right away since I had that GrubHub order. Drove over to where I had to pick up the GrubHub order, and boom. So there it is. That's the realities of that order. So we're at $1 a mile right now. And in this order right now will define exactly what we're looking at if it's expected to take 25 minutes, so I'm expecting about $4 base pay on this, and then we'll see if the customer tips us. And that's about it. Alright, let's go in here and see if this order's ready. Hopefully it is. And we'll go from there. All right, good people. Well, we're gonna wait it out. But apparently there was a little issue. They forgot to put the pizza in. They did my wings, but they didn't put the pizza in. So I go in there. I said, the name of the customer, and they're like, "What? Huh? Oh, Shirley, did you do it? No. Did you do it? No. Oh my God!" And then eventually they walked back out to me and they said, "Hey, real sorry about this, but we forgot to put your pizza in. So it's going to be a little bit. It's going to be 7 minutes." I said, "Okay." So I figure I'll come out and talk to you guys. They have one job, I know. And then one lady I heard about, "I put the pan pizza in, but that wasn't part of this order." I'm like, Jesus. So anyways, the lady back there it's not even in the oven. She was actually making the pizza itself. And she's like, "You're making that one, right?" And she said, "Yep." So that's what she came out. I said, "It'll be about 7 minutes. It'll probably be about 10. So we're having an option to get out of the order, but I figure why, right? I'm sitting here, unless I get, now what I do in these instances, and this again is why earn by time makes the most sense, right? And in my opinion, when it comes to DoorDash, at least in my area over here, and that's because now I'm still live on Uber, I'm live on GrubHub, I'm live on Spark, and I'm live on Instacart. So if something comes in that's decent to buy me off this order, and I'm in the zone of, hey, I can get a worry-free cancel, then I'll just pause my dash and accept the order if it's getting close to a worry-free cancel and I'm willing to do it and I see the money. If I never see the money that's worth coming off of it, or it's a low offer, again, you got to consider at this point now I'm going to be getting base pay for every minute that this order started from. So I can calculate where I'm at in my base pay because I know when this order started. So this order started at 1:18. So we're 12 minutes in, and it is roughly 22 cents. Let's see here. What is it? 13.25 divided by 60. So I'm 18 minutes in. So I'm $3.98 right now, I believe, if I'm correct on the 18 minutes in. Sorry, I'm 12 minutes in. Sorry, I overestimated that. Now I'm actually 13 minutes in. So back that off, 13, and I have that in my calculator. So I'm at 287 right now. So I'll keep checking it. So when that worry-free cancel comes up, it's like, okay, what am I looking at base pay right now? What am I giving up? So if I got a $6, say McDonald's order from Uber going 1 mile, right? Which is less miles than this 5-mile one. And I look at it and I go, okay, I'm at $3.42 base pay. I don't know if I'm getting a tip on it or not. I might not. It's not a particularly big order. Might be looking at a $3 tip, a $5 tip. I might be, hell, they could slip me $10. It could be like the grandfather that hit me up with a 20, but I don't know. But if I got $6 versus $3 base pay right now, and I have no idea when that order will be ready, I might agree to get bought off the order. But again, one of the key components of that is I've got to get an offer first. So until an offer comes through, we're not even thinking about anything. J-Mo beats. Okay. And you know what? That would be something that would probably be good to go. The only thing that I would say with that is what if you're late to the pickup on DoorDash? Are you going to the DoorDash pickup and marking arrived and then picking up the Uber order? Or do you because then you're going to run the risk if you're more than 10 minutes late because something goes wrong on that Uber ride, you end up in a contract violation situation. Or you end up, and then you're getting at least a contract violation. I mean, it's a good strategy to avoid DoorDash being concerned about you driving off after you've picked the order up and going all these other places besides the customer. Now, one would say the old idea used to be is like, for instance, You take a look at this drop-off time on this order. It's 1:43. Well, actually, it's 1:43. Jeez. So it's not a good example. But normally, a lot of times, you might see a drop-off time at 2:14 or 2:25. You know, where it's 40 minutes away. And if they gave me the order now, and I know I have an Uber pickup to do, and it's only a couple of miles, I know I'm going to be fine to get it there by 2:14. Now the question is whether or not DoorDash is actually okay with me stretching that, and that's the problem. And if you're on earn by time, you can run into some problems on anything you're doing extra because they're paying you by time. When they're paying you by offer, it's not so much a concern because all you're doing is taking the value of that offer down because it's a flat offer. It's not changing. So you're not making extra, if that makes sense. Oh, you pick up the dash on time. You just drive around with it while doing the Uber order. I got you. Oh, I see. I missed that part here. When I do earn my time, I pick up the dash first, then pick up an Uber order, and then get it. Do you ever run into a problem of getting the order there late on that dash customer? Or is that, I guess, really DoorDash must give you enough space? This is the first one I've ever seen that, which tells me that there must have been another dasher on this order that came in and maybe realized exactly what I just realized. Although I find that hard to believe because they were so shocked that order had been done. Unless maybe that's why the lady ended up making the wings and then didn't make my pizza. Well, the only thing is you could get reviewed by DoorDash at some point. But again, it just depends on if you run into any problems. And as long as you're making it there by within the time that you need to avoid a contract violation on DoorDash's side, you'll probably be fine. But hey, I've always given DoorDash orders precedence because of the only contract violations that have ever stuck on my account, knock on wood, were being late. And I've just always given DoorDash. I feel like DoorDash gets very aggressive on that. So right now we're in the range where my I can worry-free cancel this. So I'm not going to necessarily do that because if I don't have anything else, you never know. DoorDash might not send me anything, or they might send the same order back to me. So what's the point of doing that? And then I lose all this time. Can you imagine that debacle? What a slap in the face that would be. You worry-free cancel, and then they send you the same order, and then basically DoorDash just got your time for free. Makes no sense on all my time. So you gotta have an offer from another place because you're not going to know what the tip is. So if the miles and money make sense, just stick on it. All right. So we've been here now for 14 minutes. I'm going to go back in and check it out. Let's see. I don't know if I've been out here for 7 minutes, but we're close. I'll hopefully have a nice hot pizza ready for me. All right, guys. So we are now up to $4.85 on this order, or $4.86 on this order. And that's just in the time we spent from when we accepted it to when we had to wait and drop it off. And now we are going to head to the customer. That is another 9 minutes. And then we're just say a minute at the drop off. So we're looking at, let's just say 34 minutes. So we're looking at $7.50 base pay, guys, on this order, plus a tip. Now, good news on the tip front, at least in my eyes, and that is that we are handing it to the customer. So, good shot here that this could be a traditional $5 pizza tip, maybe $3, whatever. If that should come to pass, we'd be getting $12 for 5 miles. Just a shot in the arm we need after that debacle of 20, what was it? What did I say? 27 miles for $16 or whatever the hell. It's not going to get us completely whole. It's going to get us on that road to redemption. And coupled in with, as I said, we were at $1 a mile coming into this, or from the store, so that would get us well over $1 a mile if we realize the tip on it. Now, even if we don't, we're going to be at well over $1 a mile on this order alone, just on the base pay. So, look, if this would have been a $2.25 base pay, first of all, I would have probably worry-free canceled out of it, because I'd have been like, hell, even if I got a $5 tip, I'm at best getting $7.25. So, look, the future, I hate to say it, guys, and a lot of people may disagree with this, but you're going to see more. I think you're going to see more people come to this conclusion. Unless you're out in California and you don't have earn by time, you're going to have Prop 21, and that's going to be a totally different, or Prop 22, I guess it is. You're going to have a totally different experience because it's kind of a mix. But earn by time, that's it. That's going to be the main mode of work if you want to make consistent money with DoorDash in a consistent way. And you're going to have to figure out how to meld that into your multi-app scheme. And while, yes, it's probably going to make earnings potentially less because of the fact that they restrict how many people can get in on it, so you're not realizing the full-sized orders. But again, we're going to test it out, of course, against the backdrop of utilizing a hybrid approach. Earning our chances to turn down, going out, seeing if we can make money that way. As soon as we max out our turn downs, go back on earn by time. And the whole time, of course, allowing ourselves the opportunity to earn on other apps as well. And again, see how it goes. And see if there is any actual priority that's out there. Can we get to the priority orders? And there's some that say we can. So like I said, we're just at the beginning here. I'm at 95%. I could have started that whole process that I just described. And I'm itching to get started on it. I'm tired of this accept every order. But we're going to give it another try. We've already started on it. We're now 3 orders deep. We need 97 more orders to go. And here it is. You guys that are in chat right now can hold me to this. If we have another reset, whether it happens today, tomorrow, the next day, whatever, along this next 100, if we can't get to 100 orders, or 100% AR, which requires us to complete the next 100 orders, we will, wherever we're at, 95, 96, 97, 94, 93, whatever, we will begin that next phase. And I guess I'll have to just wave the white flag and say 100's not for me. Because, maybe, I don't know. I think with the level of phone connection issues here in wild and wonderful West Virginia, maybe I need, maybe the next phase is to go ahead and say, you know what, let's complete this in Frederick, Maryland. And I just keep the DoorDash app off until I get into Frederick, Maryland, where the cell phone connections. It's pretty good. I mean, that's actually got the 5G plus. So you're not going to run into a cell phone connection issue up there. Or if you do, it's going to be a very infrequent thing. Perhaps tomorrow. I think I might put that up. We're going to do a little area. You guys can pick my area I work in. Do I work in a $17 earn by time area? You want to see me work in a $15 earn by time area? You want to see me work my normal $13.25? What do we want to do? Before gigging, I was in finance. I was a finance branch manager for a finance loan company. We did loans. I don't know, you can call them of the subprime variety. We did personal loans, auto loans. At one point we did mortgages, but after about 2012 we got out of the mortgage game. I was a branch manager. Worked for 2 companies. When I was the company I worked for prior to coming into this, I was one of the top managers in the company. In fact, I've since been offered to come back and go on the road and run, be, I guess, assistant, I guess you call it position, assistant vice president, but I didn't want to do it. Part of the reason why was I had traveled around. I was kind of the fix-it guy where I would go into an operation because I was one of the top-rated man. I was the number 1 manager for a couple of years in a row in the whole company for production and loan production. And I've been offered a few opportunities, but I was waiting for one to come in my area because they wanted me to move, and I couldn't move due to my situation with my kids. So, but I had taken a job that was like away from my house, and it was just, I don't know, working a lot, and it was just not working out. And my dad got sick, I had to help with him, and a whole variety of things. And then, like I said, joking around my son and I were messing around with gig apps, and then I said to myself, I might be able to, I'm not, I was under no thought that I would earn anywhere close to what I was earning doing what I was doing. That wasn't the point. But my wife's a nurse. We had money saved up, and I said, maybe I could step out, do what I need to do with my dad, reconnect with my kids. My 2 older kids one of them is now graduated. And I was like, you know what, this might work. And here I am. And I've been offered a couple times to come back with other companies and with the company I was with, but I've turned them all down because it might be crazy, might be a stupid move in the long run. But what we're doing works, and then my wife is now pregnant with our second child together, my 4th child. We share 2 boys that were from a previous marriage, and we're now going to have 2 boys that we've got now. And then also, like I said, it gave me an opportunity to start working on a project with my dad, which I've decided what I'm going to do with that. It's another YouTube channel, but it's also working with other stuff that has to do with the criminal justice system. And I was working with that with him, but I'm trying to figure out what to do with it. And right after my dad passed, I was making pretty decent money on that channel, and then YouTube came in and hit me with a reused content situation. So that has kind of been, I'm still doing stuff with it, but I haven't been able to focus on it like I once was until next month when I get the opportunity to. I'm pretty sure I know what got me. I got a little too smart, I think, for my own britches, but I think also we were ruffling some feathers with some cases we were covering. And I think it just all kind of came together. All right, we're at the drop off here. So. All right, so story of that order, $7.16 base pay. 0 tip. Boy, and it's always wonderful to have a front-facing customer tell you how much they appreciate you and then they fail to tip you, but that's okay. It's okay. It's no big deal. Now, but there is a big deal to this story. I would have kicked that order to the curb with the worry-free cancel, and I don't really regret delivering it. She was a nice lady. I talked to her. She was a nice person. Whatever. She didn't tip me. It is what it is. I got paid $7.16. It covered me a dollar a mile. Oh God, I hope I didn't hit her score. But I would have been out of that order if I would have been. That would probably been offered to me at $2.50 is what I think it would have been offered at. And I would have kicked that thing off. I'd have been sitting there going, I'm getting out of this thing. $2.50, 5 miles. That's what I would have seen. And I believe that I wouldn't have seen it. I believe I would have seen it on an offer. It's exactly what they would have offered to me. And I'd have gone in there and they'd have said, hey, order's not ready. And I'd have said, thank you. Boom, out. I'd have sat out there, worked for canceled the hell out of that order, and done. Now, I didn't do that here. I didn't do that. And why? Because I was on her by time. So, some of you might say, well, you should have, but you know, hindsight's 20/20, number one. But bottom line is, I mean, look, it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and go nuts on the customer or start screaming at the customer or get mad. I mean, I don't think it was a very nice thing to order a pizza and not have had a cash tip ready for me. You show up at the door. Now, she showed up at the door. I thought it was kind of funny. Oh, hold on. Shop and pay, Uber, Big Lots, one item, 7.2 miles, 801. No. We're not doing that. Maybe I should have. I mean, I just took the bullshit for DoorDash, but you know what? I don't have to do that on Uber. Because I am not yet doing a challenge for Uber. But, you know, on an offered basis, oops, my bad. Sitting there figuring out my figures, somebody comes up high. On an offered basis, I was offered, you know, technically speaking, I was offered at $7.16 for 5.5 miles. Now I drove 13 miles from that last customer. So here we have two major orders that are absolutely atrocious. $16.76 for 19 miles. $7.16 for 13 miles. DoorDash today has had me drive let's see here. What did they have me drive? 32 miles to make $23.92. So not good at all in terms of the mileage money. Now, with the GrubHub order figured in, I'm at $1.05 because I was at $22.40 for the GrubHub order, but I drove 12 miles on that order from my house to pick up to there, which I kind of knew was going to happen. It was only 4 miles, but it was 8 miles from my house. Now let's see, where do they want me to go? It was only so they want me to go back up. So it was only 8 miles. It was 8 miles from my house to the restaurant, and then another 4 miles. Good morning, Presley 007. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you stopping in. So, you know, that was still almost $2 a mile order for me, even with the drive from my house. Now, GrubHub's got me going here. Red Lantern, sushi restaurant. They want me to go all the way into Shepherdstown, 1921 for 16.1 miles. Should we do it? Uh-oh, Subway's in the mix, 4.5 miles, 13.25. Having me pick up at the Walmart. So we're going to do that one. we're not going to do the GrubHub order. I was going to ask, should we do it? But then our answer came resoundingly. Offer too low for distance. 16 miles going all the way to Shepherdstown for $19. Would you have done it? Which one would you have done? $13.25 an hour, four miles on DoorDash, or at Subway, or $19 driving 16 miles. Probably 4 of those miles will be to the restaurant, and then 12 miles will be after the pickup. Which would you have done? Which one's the better offer? 19 for 16 or $13.25 an hour earned my time for 4 miles, keeping me right in the same area. I'm coming right back down here to where we're at. It's exactly what it looks like on the map. I'm going up here to the Walmart, pick up the Subway inside the Walmart, and then going right back down. And of course, it also leaves me in range, which this could be exciting because we have the potential, now that we'll be in range of the Walmart, to hopefully get some Walmart Spark orders coming our way. Right now, we've got a Sam's Club order in there, 1849, 7 stops, 26.6 miles. Absolutely not. That does not. No. 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 So, Instacart we've really not heard from at all today. Let's see where we're at. Anywhere? Nowhere. Instacart has not flagged me through or sent me a notification. There's nothing on Instacart right now. Yep. All right. Well, Tyler, right, the reason why is because with both Lyft and Uber in my area, I am in this weird spot. I can't do rideshare. And the reason being is because both Lyft and Uber would have me driving in the state of Maryland for both of them because of the weird way these areas are laid out in West Virginia. I'm in what's called the panhandle of West Virginia, which sits snugly between Virginia and Maryland. So as a result, the only way I can get on either of those to do rideshare would be to have my area be 3 hours away. Otherwise, I can do food delivery on Uber Eats only because they don't require an inspection. So I'm signed up, but I can't meet the inspection requirement because the inspection requirement is based on the state of Maryland. And I'm not a resident of Maryland. And I can't go get my car inspected in Maryland if I'm not a resident of Maryland. They're not going to let me because I'm a West Virginia resident. So, right now, I guess what the representatives on the phone have told me is they rely on the Maryland people to come in and do the rideshare, which isn't, I guess, a lot. It must not be high enough volume that Uber is worried about, or Lyft that's worried about expanding out here. And normally, if you turn on Uber or Lyft at any given time, there's normally like one driver, if at all, that's ever riding in our area. So, now obviously, if I went down the road into Maryland and I was able to drive in that state, I would be able to probably make a lot of money doing it, but I don't have an option to finish my signing up process, which requires me to get the inspection. So, unfortunately, I'm just left complaining. Because I get all these offers, hey, like right now I've got a $65 deal. If I did 10 ride shares, I can make $65 on Uber. So, it is what it is. I mean, like I said, I fought and fought. I went all the way up the line. I spent several hours on the phone because I wanted the option to do it. I wanted to give it a try, see if it was for me. At first I was like, no, I don't want to do that because I don't want to have people in my car. And then I thought, well, that's silly. Give it a try at least. It'll be okay. All right, guys, we have 3 items we're picking up. Cold cut combo, 6-pack cookie box, and a Lay's classic potato chips. So, tip potential here, pretty low. Maybe $250, maybe $350, I think tops. Let's see if we've ever delivered out here to this person. Hey, we might have. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I don't recognize that address. No, I got you, Tyler. No, I mean, yeah, the Uber Eats right now, I don't know, it's going through something. I don't know. It's been pretty bad. All right, let's see. Walmart's got us an offer. What's going on here before we run in here and go pick this up? Same Sam's Club offer that they've been trying to get me to do. All right, let's go in here. I had to update some figures. So the good news is we've only got a 6-minute ride to this customer's house. And if you notice today, look, the flow of the day is a lot better too. We're not having to wait as long for orders. Um, I mean, this is where DoorDash wants you to be. This is where they're prioritizing orders to. And it is what it is. I mean, it's just something we're gonna have to, I guess, deal with if we're working DoorDash. Now, if I was making a prediction, this will be either a very low tip or a no tip order again, because DoorDash has followed a very precise earn by time formula, and that is the first two orders have been decent, and that's exactly where there was tips. The third one starts no tip, low tip territory, and then the next three are no tip, low tip. The only question is how much are they expecting you to drive for those offers, and that's exactly what's played out here. And then after you get done doing about two or three low tip, no tip, suddenly now they've got some business for you again, and then they're sending you a halfway decent one, and then it'll kind of stagger back and forth, and then eventually they'll get you with a big stack or something like that at some point in the day to pay you out decently. Especially if you start slipping. In other words, if they start sending you a distance or you start driving a lot of miles, they will try to correct that with a stack that will have multiple tips and a pretty decent base pay. But the thing is, you're going to drive. I mean, there's no getting around it on earn by time, at least in my area. But same thing's going to happen on earn by offer. So it's all right, guys. I'll be right back. And maybe we'll find a spark order. Maybe we'll find a spark order along the way here that we can do and try to help things out. Or maybe Uber Eats will come through with another outstanding shot. All right, guys, we're back. We got our order. It was waiting for us. It's always nice to see a young person working in the subway like that, front-facing customer service, and they got headphones on. So I couldn't get their attention because they were listening to music, jamming out. So I grabbed the order. Normally they want you to, tell them. I thought, well, he'll look up and he'll see that. Guess what? His DoorDash order is no longer there. Dasher must have come. Maybe it got stolen. I guess he'll find out, and he'll be wondering for a while, wondering if he's going to get a visit from a Dasher, looking for an order. And all right, guys, it's time to get going. 6-minute drive. So, moral of the story on this order is little to no base pay on this one. This one will barely $2. And as 10 minutes should get us to $2.20. And we've definitely been on this order for 2 minutes. So we'll definitely get at least $2 if this turns out to be a no tip order. But it's not going to be a lot. We've been on this order now since 1:56. So we've been on this order now for, looks like 15 minutes. And we've got a 6-minute drive. So we'll be on the order for about 21 minutes. So I'm estimating base pay wise, we will be looking at 21 minutes. See if this doesn't. All right, so I hope this has cured my problem for now. We will be riding with my iPhone as an internet source. So Alright guys, we are at the drop off. Let's see here if we got a spark offer right now. At our drop off. Alright guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I recognize that I believe I have delivered to this customer before, so I thought I was getting a tip, and sure enough, we got a $2 tip, $4.97 base pay, so $6.97 payout. So not the worst. Customer tipped. I mean, like I said, I stand firm on my $5 minimum. I think every customer should consider a minimum of $5 tip, regardless of what's going on, and then tip accordingly based on where you're, based on the different elements of your order that might, necessitate an actual bigger tip. Well, Elijah, okay, so let me answer that and I don't mean to be complicated in my answer, but I don't normally just DoorDash. So I'll tell you what I did last week. That was the first time in a very long time I've only done DoorDash. I didn't do anything else last week. I don't know if that will hold. I don't know if that will be the normal for you. I'm in a rural market, and I did all earn by time last week. So except for, I think, 3 hours worth of earn by offer one of the days. So I made $860 in 37 hours last week of dashing time, and I think it was 46 hours of, or I should say 37 hours of active time, 46 hours of dash time. And that was working 5 days. So normally, if I'm multi-apping, I will make, in a similar amount of time, I will make between $1,000 and $1,500. And that's with similar amounts of time. And of course, depending on how little or how much I work, it varies. And it varies what apps I was active in, where I'm going. But most of the time I can consistently hit between 1,000 and 1,500 in, like, I would say 35 to 40 hours of actual delivery time, and probably 35 to 45 hours of active time, total dash time. So, and that's, again, in my little area. This is the median income in this particular area right now, I think, is $38,000. It's not a rich area. So we're not dealing with a bunch of rich people. Tipping is a problem. Spark is a big driver of my money. I'll drive into some other communities that are a little bit further away. I'm right outside Washington, D.C., so I can advance up a little bit. It's just the downside of that is having to drive the miles in and miles out. So, various markets are going to be different. Certainly, if you're on earn by time, it can be hugely affected by the amount of earn by time you're earning. And that's why tomorrow I'm considering maybe going up to a market where my earn by time rate is $17 an hour and seeing how that goes for the day. If I get a full day in, since I don't have any, at this point, I have no scheduled dashes. Alright, so let's get back on the line here and see, where does DoorDash want us to go right now? China King. Okay, so they want us to go back up where that pizza order was done at. Earned today. We're earning at a better rate today, largely in part because of our that we got started at 11:45, so just about 2.5 hours of work, and we've made $53.28. If we were at 2 hours of work, that would be a fantastic amount. I'd be very happy with that, but we're not. That's about 2.5 hours. So in probably about 25 minutes, we'll be at 3 hours, and then that number, if that stays the same, will not be good at all. So right now, DoorDash is telling me I need to relocate, and that's what we've been kind of doing in this experiment. I was hopeful Spark might shoot something my way. Let's re-up our time on Spark. But right now, Spark is obsessed with trying to get me to take this Sam's Club order for 26 miles, $18. And they're just not getting the hint that we're not doing it. Now, the question I want to know from you guys, if you were in here, those of you that are still in, the 20 of you that are in 4 miles. I had an opportunity right at the same time this order came in to have taken a $19 16 mile earning or journey. It would have taken me to Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Maybe I would have been able to get something else, maybe not. It's also possible GrubHub would have had something for me to do when I got down there. You never know. Would that have been a better offer than what I did? Knowing now everything we know. So now we're at $19.49 for 26 miles. Again, Spark is obsessed with getting this order delivered. It's 6 drop-offs, 1 pickup, and we're just not going to do that. That's just, to me, crazy. I'm not doing that. I'd have to drive like probably 12 miles to get to the San from where I'm at right now. I need to get, I'd love to see Uber or GrubHub or Instacart pop right now. Let's see what Instacart's got going on. Anything? There's a good food line right up the street from it. Martin's right up the street from it. Nothing. Alright. Nothing it is. That's fine. We can live with that. Let's wait and see what DoorDash gets. Plug into the power switch because we're 43% already. We've dropped. Since we're multi-apping today and we've got all the apps running on one phone, I'm watching the power. That's one downside to Samsung devices. The Z Folds don't have as strong of battery charging as the S20, as the Ultras. As in, my Ultra right now is at 73%, even though we're streaming. I expect it to kind of go down little by little by little. They made it all day long yesterday. I've got my S23 ready to go. But the Z Fold, when you're pushing it and you're running, and my Z Fold has Solo running in the background. It's got, of course, I'm running my mapping. I'm running my other apps. So, you know, we're pushing the battery on it. Optimize it. And one thing I recommend you do, Caleb, I did a W-2 job for years. When I go back to it, I don't know. I really enjoy doing what I'm doing right now. I enjoy not being tethered to a desk. Maybe it's because I was, you know, doing that for years. And it wasn't that I didn't get out. I mean, I was out in the field. I would go to businesses and travel around and do all sorts of stuff. So I saw a lot of stuff. But, you know, there was always that person that was, you know, governing over you. There was always that person you answer to. Not that you don't have that here in a way, you have an AI person, but I like the flexibility. I like the ability to do whatever I want to do, what I want to do. I mean, right now, in theory, I could very easily just go home right now. The only person I answer to is my bank account. So if I'm okay with looking at my bank account today and I want to go home, like today I want to go home, you know, I can get started till 11:45. Probably going to go home about 6 today again, like I did yesterday, 6 to 7 range. My wife's asked I hit closer to 6 tonight. I'm like 7. I can do that. Sage Munifo. Yes, I do have earn by time. I'm working earn by time as we speak. That's the mode of offering. I had pretty much all but ignored it for a very long time, and then I decided that it was time I jump in and see. I'd gotten a lot of comments on some videos I did that said I was misunderstanding the program, and by my own admission, I had done it a little bit, but I definitely had not dove into it. So I said, let me dive in and really start to understand this thing. 1, by doing it. 2, by just really when I'm going to do something, I'm going to start taking the time to read and dig into it. And it's become clear to me, I think, that in comparison to Earn by Offer, that this is where DoorDash is taking it. Because what I had noticed before I got into the earn by time to get my AR up when the tier system came in, I had noticed that I was doing a lot less DoorDash. I was doing a lot more Spark. I was doing a lot more Ubers. I was doing a lot more. If you look at Solo, it'll show you your percentage. And I was almost doing an equal amount of Spark as I was DoorDash. And of course, when the tier system came, it became readily apparent how little DoorDash I was doing in comparison to what I used to do. Because I didn't even have 100 orders in the last 30 days when it was. Who do you think I am? Tell me who I am. Who am I? Fan. What? Oh yeah, it's Marky Mark. I'm a huge fan. Yeah, no, not quite. Not quite. I think you might be watching a different channel. That's a first that I've been said that mistaken for Marky Mark. I don't think so. Anyways, is it illegal as law enforcement? Well, I'm not law enforcement. No, you can have your phone on. Okay, so the laws of my state are this. You can have your phone on. You can be talking on a hands-free device. You just cannot interact with your phone while the car is moving. If you're lawfully parked, you are free to touch your screen. It's kind of a little bit of an issue because you have to obviously touch your phone when your offer comes up. And if you're driving, technically you're not supposed to touch your phone. So it's a little dance we delivery drivers do to make sure law enforcement isn't around when we're hitting accept. But other than that, you try to keep it to a minimum of interacting with your phone that you can. Now you're allowed to have phone calls. Now you're not allowed to be watching stuff. You can be listening to stuff like podcasts. So like I'll have YouTube on, but I'll have the screen turned off. You can have a video call, but technically you're supposed to have the screen turned off or turned away. So what I do is I have you guys kind of in the range of where I'm looking. So from your all's perspective, you guys probably think I'm looking at you all the time, but I'm not. I'm driving, I'm looking at the road. But, alright, so, oh wow. So now, DoorDash is just playing with us right now. Get up here to this hotspot. Now they changed the hotspot on us. Don't hotspot chicks. You're seeing a lot of stupid stuff go on in this experiment. That's what I committed to. Those were the rules. So some of you coming in, I am on a challenge. This is like the third or fourth time now I've had to restart it due to either a mysterious decline coming into my phone or cell phone issues that I was aware of. So right now we are 4 orders in. We have 96 more orders to go. I had veered off the path of what I was originally on, which the original time I started, I said earn by time 100 orders, and then I got reset. Then I said, well, I'm going to mix it up, and then that was horrible for the last 2 days. I should have never brought her my offer back into it without having decline time. So now the game is I'm following the earn by time plan for DoorDash by following the hotspots. And when I get done with an order, I head back to a hotspotted area. And until DoorDash either tells me that I need to go to another one or not. And again, right now I'm being told where I'm at, I'm in the red, that I should be getting an order in 2 to 10 minutes. So we'll see what happens. We've already done a no-tip order today. I hope that customer doesn't do what some people think they do, which is bad rating. Check our ratings again. I'm going to have to make a call to DoorDash support here soon. We're going to park here in this parking lot here. This is a wise parking lot. It's a little bit centered. Only thing is, there's a Wendy's right over here. I don't know why I came down here. Probably I need to get the hell out of here. It's that Wendy's from yesterday that was horrible situation. But today I'd be a lot more inclined to deal with them because I'm on my own. So we've got Instacart, anything? No. Uber, anything? No. GrubHub, anything? No. And DoorDash, well, what's up, Shane Epley? We're going to keep at it. We're going to keep at it. We're going to eventually hit that 100%, but it's going to be a while. So, as of right now, we're at $1.11 miles to money. If it wasn't for that GrubHub order to start the day out, we'd be in a real place. Thank you. Appreciate all the interaction there. I'd love to get a spark right now. I mean, I'd love to get something right now that would be decent. Really. Not even going to be too particular, but see what's going on in the case. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the... Oh, hold on, GrubHub's in there. Let's go. It's about to talk some people. Oh my God, GrubHub. This is one of the worst GrubHub orders I've ever seen. $7.95 for 14.4 miles. Going to the Cracker Barrel, and then going all the way up to, I'm not really sure how they're getting to 14 miles though. Oh yeah, they just, I should have hit decline on it. Now they're getting mad at me. They're accusing me of not paying attention to them. All right, there we are. We're back up on GrubHub now. We'll see if GrubHub will send us something. Apparently I missed orders. I didn't realize I did. GrubHub is weird like that. It's like they're claiming I missed orders, but I turned down every order that they sent my way. So there's only one way to figure that out. Let's go into the tape. Let's go to the tail of the tape here. And view earnings activities. And I don't know what they're talking about, because they normally will have the missed orders up there. I've got a rejected Red Lantern, a rejected Cracker Barrel, and then I've got my Cafe Del Sol. The last rejection doesn't appear to be on there, at least by time. The weird part is that Cracker Barrel might have been floating out there for a while, because that's a 12:16. They put the time up that it entered the system. Take what for the tube? What am I taking? You mean the $7? Yeah, if it was DoorDash, I would. Oh, here we go. They're back. GrubHub's back. Cracker Barrel, $7.95, 14.4 miles. So, Shane, you want me to take that $7.95 for 14.4 miles? It's actually heading to an area that I could probably get it ordered. And I really don't know that I agree on the miles on this. I mean, it's not a good, but we're going to reject it. Offers too low for distance. All right, now the rejection's in there. Oh, they're claiming I missed. Okay, so now it's back. So they hit me up. They hit me up with literally 3 misses, even though I didn't miss them. I rejected them. And then now I have, and now the cool part about acceptance rate, well, actually, it's, I was at 100% acceptance rate after the Cracker Barrel order. And now they're claiming I'm at 0% acceptance rate. Man, they're full shit. This is why I cannot get into the rating system, because it doesn't make any sense to me. I have a 2% partner. I was on time to my order today. right? I mean, I was right there. I was there 4 minutes early, and I got a 0% on time arrival. And then schedule commitment 0%. I haven't even scheduled, so how am I at 0%? And I'm at 2% offer commitment, which I love the way they phrase that, because that includes canceling orders as well as accepting orders. So, but I'm partner level, which gives me access to scheduling starting at 10 a.m. on Saturday, and access to catering orders when available. Let's learn more about the other program levels. This is GrubHub. Let's see here. So partner level is an offer commitment of less than 80%, and on-time arrival less than 70%, schedule commitment less than 80%. Again, like I said, I don't understand how to calculate this part. And they update your level based on the last 14 days. So reality is, I guess I could get started. I guess the best strategy of trying to do anything. Oh God. Oh God. Well, I asked for it because of where I parked. So we're going to the Wendy's. Let's hope for a better experience than yesterday. It's 2 items today. We're not dealing with 12. We're getting a bacon double biggie stack and a chili. And we're going 5 miles. And it's right across the street. Anyways, let's get back to our investigation, and then we'll get over here to Wendy's. I think I can even mark it right. Yep, I can. There we go. We're right. So it's 5 miles. I don't think I like where we're going, though. Oh, yeah, this is I think this is the one. I think I've been there before. Let me see. I think it was a no tip order, too. Done. Actually, no, I have not. I take that back. I have not. So I apologize, customer, for leveling that accusation at you. I hope you do not earn that after this order. Anyways, so driver recognition program. Pro gets you 80% plus, 70% plus on-time arrival, and 80% plus scheduled commitment rate. Premier gets you 95% offer commitment, 80% plus on-time arrival, and 95% plus scheduled commitment. But the problem is, I don't understand how I could be at 0 on any of those other ones because I haven't dropped. Now, you'll qualify for 1 and 2. Higher levels unlock more opportunities like early block pickup and access to larger catering orders where available. So that's the big deal being a premier driver. I would get potentially bigger orders. And again, the funny part is I've gotten access to this. And not frequently, but I had a $70 one once. Now, maybe it would happen more often, maybe it would not. Question is, but being that I've gotten them before, I don't know. I don't know if it would be worth it or not. Maybe it would. But like I said, my biggest beef with driving for GrubHub, although today it's been pretty busy, is knowing that I'm going to stay busy. And I guess that's where you have other apps that you can. All right, let's see here. Spark is sending me something. Are we off that stupid Sam's Club offer? It's not even there. Let's see. Because I was in floating. Really? Where did it go? I don't know where it went. All right, let's go in here, guys, and see what's up. Let's pray for a better experience than yesterday. Inspector Colombo, my AR is at 95% right now. 95%. All right, so since that last offer, we've driven approximately 8 miles. So that's not helpful at all. So following hotspots, stupid. Stupid, 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 as Randy Orton would say. Good Lord. There must be some pollen or something out here that I'm picking up. And we waited. It certainly didn't help. We waited 29, 39, 22 minutes for an order. So, F you, DoorDash, for making that move. I mean, it's really not DoorDash's fault, I guess. Maybe it is. Might just be the amount of orders in the system. All right, so DoorDash is predicting 31 minutes on this order. Thank you, Weedmon. I appreciate that. Which means they're predicting about a little over $6 for this order that they're offering 5 miles on. So, more. $1 a mile at least from the offer. Which I told you, that's what they're trying to do. You're going to see that on almost all earn by time offers. They adjust the time amount to try to make it look like it's $1 a mile on base pay alone. So the idea would be then, if they can offer you at $1 a mile base pay, then the tips take you the rest of the way. That's the theory, and I think that's what they're trying to get the algorithm to, in a sense. But the problem is, it's like, well, then where they drop you off, you end up, maybe you get $1 a mile offered, but I just drove 8 miles from the last drop off to here to get this order, and I did that by following the various hotspots that they gave me that changed. Anyway, see you all in a minute. All right, guys. So we have. Thank you, guys. We got 10 thumbs up. Thank you, Shane Epley, for reminding everybody. Yes, please hit the thumbs up. Remember, if you're a gig driver, you hit the thumbs up in a rational gig driver live. You've guaranteed yourself a 20 to 30% increase of earnings in the next time you go out and work the apps. So make sure you claim your opportunity to earn more today. Hit that like button. And if you're the 13th, we're 3 away. If you happen to be the 13th like of the day, that is the magic number because it's my lucky number that you get a 50% bump. So if you're the 13th person every day, you're guaranteeing yourself a 50% increase to your earnings every single day you come in and join Rational Gig Driver for Live. It's the best deal in gig work. So Weedmont, here's an example. I first got one order and it had 15 miles. Keep in mind, I did not move. I got the same and then it said 10 miles. I think it has to do with, possibly it has to do with the GPS locationing on your phone. It's the first thought that would come to mind. It might also be, oh, look at this. Suddenly Instacart just comes alive. Haven't heard from it all day, and we got 3 offers in there now. 1351, 2 offer shop, 37 items, 9.2 miles. That's an Audi. 612, 1 shop, 15 items, going 7.7 miles, and $5.36, 2.9 miles, 4 items. It looks like GrubHub is now actively offering us $4.48, 2.4 miles for none other than the Mountaineer Bar and Grill. So we will promptly turn down that GrubHub order because that's not a good one. But that's what I think. That's what I would think is that it's related to maybe the GPS positioning. As far as where it's reading your phone at. It could also just be to, again, we're dealing with a computer system. And I think this is a point that gets lost so many times on people when they're processing working for these apps. We are working for a computer. I want you to think about your computer at home. I want you to think about your computer that you have for a smartphone. I want you to think about how many times it does strange things. And one of the ways you're supposed to let this computer know, which is why, again, holding us accountable, well, they can't deactivate you, but they certainly make you feel like you have to hit accept or decline, more often than not. But one of the reasons why DoorDash has given you 30% of the time that you can turn down orders is because they expect that there's going to be times where there's going to be wonkiness, there's going to be problems, there's going to be issues. So I think what we're seeing is just the computer being a computer. Because that's what we're working for. We're working for a computer that's trying to think like a human. It's not there yet. It's new, it's young, it's very young in computer age. I think DoorDash has only been around now for 10 years. So, and of course, the systems that they're working with, the updates, the things they're trying, we're beta testing the computer right now for it. And essentially we're teaching it too. Now, we're teaching it to, on one hand, hopefully interact with us better, but then we're also teaching it to see if one day they can eliminate us altogether. I mean, that's something we know they're trying to do. But they'll never be able to eliminate us completely because there will be certain areas, certain places that they will need human beings at. Like my market, you see all the internet connection issues I've had? Imagine if they were trying to run an automated robot and it lost connection. It's going to run off the internet. So until Elon gets Starlink up and running to where it can get internet everywhere, including the rural areas, and it's done at a reasonable cost, because remember, cost is everything. So yeah, while DoorDash might be able to tap into something like that, it's got to be done in a cost-efficient way. Humans are still going to be needed to reach out to certain areas and certain places and keep the delivery stuff going. Vanilla Pork says okay. Okay for what? So that's kind of the thing that we have to always remember. Even from GrubHub to Uber Eats, when you ask them, what are you doing? It's being your computer, probably some of the time. And then we're just reacting like humans do to computers when they don't do something. Made 150 today yet, James G? Hell no. We've only been going for 3 hours. Shit. I don't think DoorDash will ever let a driver on there by the time earn 150 that quick. Because remember, DoorDash wants you there. The point is, DoorDash wants you there to deliver. So that is also another spot of friction between driver and app. If they let the drivers earn too much too quick, they don't have enough drivers out there. So, they're trying to let us earn enough, but only enough that we eventually get what we need over the period of time they need us to work, if that makes sense. No, I wish I'd gotten a much earlier start, but I didn't start today until my catering order at 11:48. It was a scheduled order. I was going to get started earlier, but then my wife went on call today, and we were trying to figure some things out with that. And then eventually it was determined she wasn't going to come in, and I wasn't going to have to worry about getting my son up to the sitters. And I just said, I'm not going out super early today to figure out early on. So here we are. Yeah, well, at the mercy of a computer's algorithm. That's all we're doing. There is no human. Listen, Weedmont, I don't know how long you've been around. Besides the engineer, there isn't some big DoorDash corporate building that's got 1,500 employees. They've got the data engineers that are positioned around the country at different places that they do their stuff at. A majority of the people that work for DoorDash are computer engineers. Every person we talk to on the support side is a contracted employee like we are. They are contracted to answer the phone when a DoorDash call comes to their phone. They might be the same support agent that they're working for Uber, might be the same support agent working for GrubHub. They work for DoorDash the moment their phone rings and it says, okay, this is a DoorDash person. And then they go in on their computer and they're like, okay, I'm on a DoorDash call. Now they might be contracted to work for DoorDash for 3 hours today and take all their calls. But they're playing DoorDash employee. And then after that, they're no more a DoorDash employee than we are. And the only DoorDash's algorithm is something that they don't even have control over, meaning they can't make the algorithm do anything more than what we can. And what they do is they have data engineers who go, okay, how can we, this is why a long time ago I put out a series of videos where I was saying, technically speaking, we could potentially train the algorithm ourselves as drivers if we as drivers changed our habits. But the problem is DoorDash has a bigger ability to influence driver decision making than we do as drivers ourselves. But if we literally said, okay, every DoorDash driver, we had a place that every driver could go to, and we said, this is how we're going to act towards the algorithm, we could start bending the algorithm towards our will. DoorDash puts out the programs it does to influence our interaction with the algorithm. So the more we accept $6 orders, the more $6 orders we're going to have. The algorithm, is going to, and here we go, 7-Eleven, 1240 for 14.1 miles on the DoorDash, on the GrubHub. That's going to take us all the way to Inwood. So it's pretty much $1 a mile to get out from here. The DoorDash might make us drive, and we could go over there. Should we do it, folks? Should we do it? I'm going to reject it for right now. It's almost $1 a mile, and like I said, we're almost to the drop-off now where we're going to be at. But anyways, so that's why DoorDash influences, because otherwise all they'd have to do is just go into the algorithm and say, this is what I want it to do, and it would just do that all the time. That's also why the algorithm can be so wild and wacky. It's why when they did the acceptance rate reset, they cleared our habits out of the system by getting us to do an acceptance rate reset. Oops. And they cleared the cache, so to speak. I think I turned it on. Yes. Damn it. I have to turn it around. I believe I did. Maybe I did. No, I did. There's the apartments right there. So they had to clear, you know, if you know about Android phones, you understand what I'm talking about. So they had to do that. And then when they did that, all our old habits, all our old cherry picking, everything went away. So all the data the algorithm had on us at that moment was gone. And that data is why the relationship with the apps changed so drastically. Because we had spent years no tipping, no tripping. We had spent years doing that. So if you didn't take the acceptance rate reset, then, but eventually everybody did, I think. But if you didn't, you may have seen better results, you may not have, but you may have been too low to see the better results. But what they wanted you to do was get rid of all your stuff, and then that again, remember, when the acceptance rate reset occurred, now you're putting 100 new orders in the system. And now you're restarting fresh. That's exactly what every driver did. And then everything started changing over time. And drivers didn't even realize what it was. Man, GrubHub is all over me on this. And it's that same order. Now they want to offer me $12 for 13 miles. No. Offer just 2. Alright, I'll be back, guys. All right, guys. So this one wasn't as terrible. It's $5.41 base pay, $2 tip. So there was a tip on it, thank God, but it's a lower tip. Exactly what I said I thought might be the case here on some of these orders we're going to see. So now but anyways, and no problem, Weedmon. But it's something. But before anybody listens to what I said and go, oh, rational gig driver saying like you're going to be no, we're not going to have that much effect on it. But because the algorithm is learning individually, but it's also learning from all the drivers. As long as DoorDash has the ability to market to its drivers, we're going to lose the fight all the time. So we're going to go in there, and the algorithm's just going to move on to the next driver, and in terms of they're finding a driver to do their bidding. And that's why another reason why you hear some people say, well, they're trying to move out the good drivers and get rid of them and blah, 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 blah. And to a degree, that's somewhat true. 541, that's interesting. I didn't feel like we were on that order yet. But and that's somewhat true because, again, but the old habits, everything that, that's why so many drivers have reported like, hey, everything changed. Everything changed with the app recently. The app has gotten so much worse. Yes, the only way to stay ahead is the multi-app. You got to. And that's why the feeling of a lot of drivers is it got worse. Well, it did get worse because what happened is you erased your whole history with the app and the algorithm. And then you began the priority game. Well, most drivers said, well, I got to try to keep it at 70% or whatever. And you started taking these, again, they put the diamonds next to the orders. So they started conditioning drivers. Hey, focus on the 5 to 1. Focus on the $4 for one. Some drivers started saying, hey, wow, I can keep my acceptance rate ahead and not get a bad miles to money by taking these smaller orders. But the problem is you're dealing with a computer. So the computer is just a big glorified spreadsheet. It's like, okay, now your average offer size is lower. Now your miles to money might end up getting lower. You spend some time doing it. And then you add in there now earn by time. Well, earn by time is a whole other animal because now you add in the fact that like this offer that I just took. I mean, from DoorDash's perspective, it was a $7.41 for 5.3 miles. There was a time when I used to run a $10 method. I would not do an order for less than $10, and it worked for a long time, really well. I got large order programs all the time. It was easy pickings, and then the diamond program came, and like I said, the real time of change for my account came last year when I decided to go top dasher for my crews, and I started on that path, and I did 100 orders and got up to like I think it was 91 or 92%, and then I fell all the way back down to 70, and I had my famous showdown with DoorDash because they couldn't explain to me how my acceptance rate, even though I had all sorts of evidence it was at 70, it dropped below, and I got them to reset me, and then I stayed with Top Dasher for a long time. You have a great day. Thank you for all the insightful information. No problem, Weedmon. You as well. And then my account started changing drastically, and the quality of offers started changing drastically, and then there was a certain we'll call it hack that came out that I started to apply a little bit. But I noticed, the problem with that hack is the algorithm itself thinks you're accepting every offer. So there's many DoorDash drivers' accounts right now that while, yes, you eventually found decent offers, you've destroyed your account in the eyes of the DoorDash algorithm. The algorithm thinks you're willing to take everything. And it's thought that now for a while if you were doing that. So now you come back in and you go, okay, now I'm going to try to work smarter. There isn't working smarter. There's just hundreds of orders of either reprogramming it over 2, 3, 4, 500 orders if you're willing to do that. Losing the perceived, losing the ability to dash now, losing access to large order program, if that's even really a big factor. It doesn't seem like it is as much to me, but you know, at one point I would have thought it would have been. And now all of a sudden, it's like, okay, now you're out here playing the game, and you're playing the game with an account that's now damaged. Or I call it damaged, but it's been programmed as if you're someone who is accepting orders all the time. Or you come out and you go, okay, so drivers are going to have to make a decision at some point. If you keep playing the tier game and hitting accept on 70% or more orders, then you're going to become an automated DoorDash driver. It's just going to happen. There's going to be a period of time in your month where you're going to hit 75 and you're going to go over to earn by time and you're going to earn whatever earn by time gives you, and then you're going to go back and then you're going to be able to hit decline, and then you're going to be able to come back and you're going to do it. But you are going to be, for the most part, getting whatever DoorDash wants to give you, and you will not, there is no such thing as a smart driver in that instance, because you were just going to get what they're going to give you at the end of the day. The algorithm is giving it all to you. The only smartness in gig work is in multi-apping and pitting the apps together, and maybe getting an account over here and saying, well, if I get my DoorDash account to a certain level, maybe I'll see better orders, maybe I won't. But I don't think anybody knows. DoorDash itself doesn't know if it actually results in better orders, nor do they care, because all they want us to do is deliver the orders. So that's really their end game. Are more orders getting delivered than ever? Yes. Then they're winning. Is the driver getting paid higher than ever? Well, they don't really care, and if they are, that's probably a losing proposition for them, because to them they just say, well, that was more money we could have maybe realized if the driver's getting super high pay. Pretty much FOMO sapien, yes, to a degree. So, what they're trying to do, and this is an old coin phrase from a gentleman named Jeff Thomas Black, which is very true. He called it app slavery, right? People got offended by it, but this is what he was talking about, okay? And while he was a little bit of a character, became a character, and ruffled some feathers, including mine, what he was talking about is absolutely true. He just didn't necessarily communicate it in as clear of a fashion. But essentially, the battle here on the app side is they want to remove humanity from the human. So they want us to become automated accept bots. And then if they can do that, then they never have to really replace us with a robot, because we're already acting like a robot. Tier system is all about. It's about how can program human behavior and stop allowing humanity or human thought to enter into the equation, and just make the human hit, accept, and perform at the level they want us to perform at. Now, one of our biggest tools and weapons in this fight to earn as much as we can and maximize our earnings is multi-app. The less we do it, the more we believe that we can work one app, or we give into one app. But any content creator out there that's telling you one app is a way to make money, or is showing you that, I can assure you, I would challenge them to get my spreadsheets, which are cultivated and curated by a driver in this who's been driving for 3.5 years, and record your earnings for 30 days and show everybody what you're earning and prove that you're making what you're making. I guarantee you it will not be to the level that you're making. I have seen it countless times, people showing off the new screen. Why doesn't DoorDash show your dash time anymore? Why? Because they don't want anybody looking at that. They show you your active time. So when you, just like these last few days when I was getting absolutely hammered by the app, if you looked at my active time and what DoorDash showed me, it made it look better. Dash your life away? Well, he's working a lot of hours, Shane. I'm not saying you can't earn the money. I'm saying Dash Your Life Away shows an honest perspective. He's told you, he works 100 hours a week and makes $100,000 a year. You can do that. What he's shown has been authentic. But there are people out there that claim you can go make $350 in a day on a consistent basis and work 6 hours. That's a little bit hard to believe. And that's not going to be the general everyday thing. And the problem is, no one can explain, well, if you, and I'm talking about just working one app now. So how can you do that working one app? And if the answer is hit accept on every order, well, okay then, shouldn't we all be able to do it? So then it's like, well, do 70%. Well, if you do 70%, then okay, so let me maintain 70%. Well, then how do you explain that the algorithm is treating you differently during what we know has to be a time where you're taking 30 to 40 to 50 orders? Now, maybe that, maybe that algorithm is trained differently for you. Maybe you've trained it differently, and those are answers. Maybe, but not over time. If over time you're working at 70%, then over time you're going to see probably the same things. There's little variations. There might be choices of where you're at, and there might be market differences, and all those things are going to be different. But at the end of the day, you remove inflation. So again, you go to a metropolitan area. If I went down to DC, I could probably show you I'm making $30 an hour consistently. But that's probably only because everybody else in the city is making $50 to $60 an hour at their jobs. And $30 an hour gets you about as far as $15 an hour does down here in my community. So you adjust for inflation, and then you really take care of some of these wild earnings. There was a guy that I think his name was Eli Ash, but he was in a major metropolitan market. And he's showing you that he's making all this money. I think it was, I can't remember where, but it was a city. And yeah, I believe he was making what he might have been fluffing to a degree, but I guarantee you he was making much more than somebody in a market like mine would, just because the people there earn more, tip more. And but when you transfer cost of living into what you see, you probably knock 40% off of what that is being displayed to you, and you're going to be, and now compare it to what's being made in a market. You might have a driver in this market making a little bit more based on once you adjust for cost of living. Well, in maintenance and wear and tear and cost, yes, but those are going to be there. But again, that's also a factor, because if you could make sure they put ranch in the bag and that it isn't spilled as yesterday my bag was destroyed. I appreciate you in advance. Will do. So we have one of those customers who's already showing their ass that they're going to be a little, now the whole ranch issue, I don't know that I really can do much about that. I'll ask him. But we've got a Coke, 2 McDoubles, and creamy ranch sauce. I will do my best to make sure that ranch sauce is in there. And in the spilling, that's probably because the dasher probably had the bag on the foot of their car or whatever, or on the floor of their car. But anyways, it is what it is. We're going to try to do the best we can to get a quality experience to this customer. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, we're working a computer. That is, it's no different. Thank you, Road to Rideshare. We'll have fun on Dad Duty, Road to Rideshare. Like I said, I got off that today because my wife ended up going on call. So, but tomorrow I will be in your shoes for a little bit till I get into the city. Alright guys, I will be right back. And oh no, I'm not plugged in. I was like, oh no, my power bank might be out, but it's not. All right, I'll be back, guys. Let's go see if this order's ready and if we can get some creamy ranch sauce for this customer. Oh, thank you. Lucky 11, guys. We got 11 likes. I appreciate it. 11 in-house. Good deal. See you guys in a minute. All right. It's time to go. I was assured there was creamy ranch sauce in the bag. All right, so we're leaving it at the door, so we're not going to have contact with this customer. What I would suspect on this order, if I was a gambling betting man, sometimes I am, especially on orders with DoorDash, I would bet you that this was probably going to be either a no tip or a very low tip order, and this was probably accepted on the earn by offer program, and the person probably saw that it was, and they probably just were like, hey, you know what, screw it, I don't give a shit about the bag, because, you know, as you know, McDonald's will package, you know, everything inside a bag, and if you tip the bag left or tip it right, it'll start spilling, potentially, depends. And that's what I think happened here, and that's why this customer got a very bad experience, because I think they were intentionally making a statement to them, but I could be wrong. That's another good thing right here, where earn by time is a method of earning that I think should just go across the way. Listen, if DoorDash were to actually expand earn by time across its platform and make it the only way to earn, it would actually be a very beneficial deal. But they're not going to do that. And they're not going to do that because, again, as I said, earn by time, earn by offer is just another way to do the old guarantee and allow the tips to offset the base pay. And that's what they did. And that's why earn by offer has become such a terrible mode to earn in. I truly believe that. And I think it won't be long before that will be the way of life for many dashers. So here we go. We're just about to the customer's house. And see if DoorDash will grace us with another order. That would be fantastic. Because that's what we need to do. Because when you're on earn by time, you're not making anything in between. Neither are you on earn by offer, but it's a more. Ooh, watch out. Damn, that's good. A big dip right there. Alright. Yeah, this is way back there. This is weird. Alright, let's go. Be careful coming out of this. Alright. So that. Go camera running. Screen recording running. DoorDash up. And what did I say, guys? I thought the score on this was, and I was exactly right. Low tip or no tip, it was $1.50 tip, $2.89 base pay, so $4 and some change for 1 mile. But I guarantee you, a dasher sees that, and they're like $3.50, and they're thinking this person didn't tip me, or if they did tip me, it was very low. Screw them. And they just wing that sucker on the floor, and boom, spilled drink. So there it is. Lesson learned. Again, as I caution customers, when you don't tip, you don't always get rational drivers like myself who are understanding that I started that, I accepted the order. I'm not out here to be silly and take revenge on you and destroy your order. I understand. I took it for $13.25 an hour plus a tip. So if I get $1 tip, or no tip, or $5 tip, it's whatever. I've made a commitment to work for you. Regardless of whether I like the amount of miles or whatever it is, but that's all me. All right, so Spark is up. Spark is talking to me. They talked to me in front. All right, ooh, all right, there we go. We're gonna do this offer. Yeah, damn right. All right, guys. Please don't pull the bullshit on me. Good. All right. Oops. Fuck. About to create a problem for myself. There we go. All right. Woo. Thank God it was slow. I'm sitting there trying to get my dash killed because I just accepted a Spark order for $24 and 7 miles, which is a hell of a lot better than what we've been getting on DoorDash. And, you know, I'm on earn by time, so it always gives you the option to go to earn by offer. And I'm like, shit. I accidentally hit the earn by offer, and I'm like, they're going to sneak another order to me. Now, this one's not ready till 3:45. So I guess I could have possibly gambled because they're not gonna let me get started. But now I have an option of either taking a much needed break right now if I wanted to. I could go into Walmart, use the facilities, buy me a drink, get me a snack. You know, I could stop off at one of the many fantastic eating options that surround Walmart, or I could see if Uber or GrubHub wanted to give me something. So we're kind of doing a variation of both. The only question is what sounds good to me today. So I made $42 on DoorDash. I made $22 on GrubHub. I made $66 today. I was just about to hit the 3-hour mark at 45. And then I just got this $24 offer, which puts me at $90 for the day for 4 hours of work. Is it where I would like to be at 100? But if I bulk up this order a little bit, maybe I can be, and we'll see what else comes my way after we get done with this 2-drop Spark order. Would have been ideal if it was 1. Now let's just pray that Spark doesn't screw around with me. 8% accepted offers. I'm still at 6% drop trips. I really hope that they didn't do what I think they did and it reset me to the 24th and I lost credit for the trips I did take. It is what it is. I guess we'll find out. Maybe they disabled the metrics having any effect on anything. I mean, it's only 1% away from getting down to green. But I'm at 8% accepted offers though. So that's why it's key right now. So 334. Question is, where would I want to go? I definitely want to go to Wendy's. I don't have time for it to sit down. I'm not going to the McDonald's because that's just insane. There we go. Just let me go, my friend. Young man was trying to be polite, I guess, and let me go, but not really trying to go anywhere in particular. Panera Bread might be a good spot to go to. It's a little expensive, though. We haven't had a Panera Bread day yet. Chipotle, no. There's Panda Express. That's going to be really complicated in the car. So I guess we're down to Arby's, or I don't have time for a Papa Beer. So now we're down to Arby's or Taco Bell. Boy, what a selection. Now I like the Cantina tacos. That was really good. And actually the Cantina chicken bowl was not too bad the other night when I got that. Tried that out. I put the avocado verde sauce on it. It surprising. There's always the potential to go to Martin's and get something from their little spot they have in there. Little hot food spot. Get buffalo wings up and stuff like that. I don't think that's what we're going to do. I'm leaning towards Arby's right now. But I think I'm going to do whatever drive-thru looks the least crowded so that we can get in and out. Then there would be Blaze Pizza. I could get a takeout pizza. Car accident. I guess I better pay attention to that. Yeah.
Pictures indicate homes.
So it looks like both drive-thrus are okay, but we're turning into Arby's. And Arby's has Coca-Cola. So let's do Arby's. We got a fellow Dasher picking up something here. Sure. I wanted to do I guess a 2 for $6, the classic roast beef, and a 4-piece mozzarella stick. And I also wanted to do, I guess, a medium coat with horsey sauce. Appreciate it. Thank you. Medium coat. Yep. Thank you. Alright guys, I'll take you guys down. Want them. Doing pretty good. Not bad. Can I do horsey sauce? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. All right, guys, we're back up and running, and I got my food. It wasn't too bad of a stop. I'm gonna have a $8 food break, so not bad. I'm looking at the order now from Spark. It's actually not bad at all. There's really nothing of like major, not that I'm seeing, unless I'm missing it. We're not dealing with it, 160 pounds of cat litter or 50-pound dog bag food or 50-pound bags of dog food. So very reasonable order. So we're going to get parked. I don't think it'll let me check in yet. Absolutely. Let's see if it'll let me start. And it did. Yay. All right. So we're going to check into our curbside spot. I hope today's order goes better than yesterday's. Yesterday's, they said they didn't have my order. They couldn't find it. Today, we're going to see. So, and then this, like I said, this puts us close to $100, and we're not even 5 hours into it. So that's good. That's much better than, it's a couple things. Obviously, one of it being we had a scheduled catering order on GrubHub. That started our day. That was very helpful. 2, we were on there by time, not on by offer. And 3, Spark is working today. So I think we're going to see much better results just on the whole. And of course, Uber can make a contribution. GrubHub might make another contribution. You just never know. You got to just kind of be patient. Let it play out. And I guess, in a sense, it's like, why am I playing the game with DoorDash? Why set up the order? It works well on all the other ones. Take what's best, leave the rest. And it's a very valid criticism. I don't know that it's worth it. I think we're making a case it might not be. All right. Time to eat. And when we get our check-in here from our Spark rep, we will have to take you guys down again. I just try to be respectful of people that don't want to be filmed. So now, please don't make a mess. Don't make a mess. Not bad. See how good the cheese sticks are today. Oh, not bad. Go rearrange my car. I didn't do that. Sorry, guys. Figured I'd lose so much on to eat and give you all of it. Hit the like button on the way out. right, guys. We're waiting on our Spark order getting launched, so I apologize, guys. It's a little brutal. In terms of having to watch me eat, I apologize, but I am hungry. All right, here we go. Oh, you know what? I can hear we got 893 base pay, 1602 tips. Most customers are probably tipping. $24.95. $7.3. Best miles to money all day. Uh-oh. Looks like somebody got impatient. They left, which means they didn't make sure the order was enough. And that's what you got to do. You got to finance the wait. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be done eating in a minute. and there are a lot of drivers here today. So it must be busy. I just didn't see a lot of it, I guess. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. What the hell? Are you shitting me right now? I think we're back to glitching. I already checked in. I already put my parking spot in. And I just went into the Spark app and it had me back out again and made me put my parking spot in. Unless I really didn't do that. Then I'm like, man, did I? No, I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was so into eating, I forgot to check it. That explains why I didn't get interrupted eating. So, hey. I guess we'll see someone coming here soon. It does say they're still packing my order up there, so I got a feeling it's going to be a little bit of a wait. Alright, let's see. Let's do some other business here. Let's check out where we're going. Number one. Remember, we only have a 7.3 mile. Now, remember, guys, when you're sparking, what you just saw here is obviously this is the only order you should have. I just took my first spark order. So if I was going to be sparking today, making spark the center of my universe, then what would happen is I just got recruited here at 7.3 miles. I had to drive the mile it took to get here, so I think I drove maybe an extra mile. 2 miles. So I've got a $24.95 for 9-mile order. Best order by far today. Because all the miles that they offered me were driving from the store to the 2 customers. And then obviously I know the final stop I'm 7 miles away. So technically speaking, if I'm following the math, I am getting paid $24.95 for 16 miles. Because what I should be doing is coming right back here when I get there. Or, depending on, and again, you can map it out, depending on where you're going to be at, figure out how close you are to the other store. And I'm going to do that demonstration right now for you just to show you what I'm talking about here. That in my market, you end up normally right between the 2 stores. So you can kind of almost see if anything's being offered to you, or if it isn't, just decide on the store you like, or maybe the store that's busy, and head back there. Just make sure it stays within. And then when you get to that store, remember that offer is going to be from that store to the customer. And if you get an offer on the way to the store, that's even better because now you're already being paid essentially. And if the last offer covered your miles back, then you know the next offer is going to cover you well as well. So let's go to Max. Let's look at our final drop off. To which we are 7.2 miles away, or 17 minutes. So now, let's go here, do directions. Well, not quite in this instance. So it looks like this would be to go to the next Walmart. I'd have to pass this Walmart. So this one did not live up to that. But a lot of times you end up in the middle between the two Walmarts, and you can end up having a choice. In this case, I would come back to this Walmart, and that would be the next one I'd come back to, and work for them. John the Go, are you talking about on DoorDashing? DoorDashing? Yeah, you could say there is. Gary Fabrance, well, my opinion has always been I don't do the cash orders, but I had a viewer or someone in my chat the other day who kind of was calling me out on that, saying, well, you know, they make more money. His name's Dashing with John. Check out his channel. We're going to be doing a dash off on Saturday. But he was sharing an experience he had where he basically had a $67 order payout. He got $80 on it, so he got a $13 tip. And then basically, when you do the cash orders, now you owe DoorDash. So for like the next 5 orders, he had double-digit orders because DoorDash collects all the money in the system on that next $67 that you're going to make. Because essentially, he just got $80 on that. So DoorDash is going to get it back from you. So they'll start sending you high-paying orders, which they'll just take back until they make the entire $67 back. So it's like getting in advance on your pay, so to speak, in a way. And I guess if you were to stop dashing, the next time you dash, they're going to come and get it from you. Or maybe they take it out of what you've already earned. But it's like getting a cash advance, so to speak, on the next orders you're going to earn on. Oh. Hello. Driver code 2473. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep, you have a good one, man. All right. Get you guys back up. Loaded. All right. So we're loaded, guys. Anyways, all right. So cash orders. I gave you the lowdown. I normally don't do them. That's just how I've been. I don't have cash. I normally don't keep cash on me to make change. But I was told, get $20 worth of cash max. That's it. And I guess get some fives and ones, and it could be worth it. So normally I don't do cash orders. I've got to make time to go down and get cash and get it broken up, and that's something that is you got to go do. I don't deal with cash money. So maybe if I collect some cash tips up, and maybe I have enough to have a change. Ability to make change. Maybe one day I'll try it out. Now on the cherry picking, have they killed cherry picking on DoorDash? Yes and no. I think they're trying to. I think it depends what matters to you. And DoorDash has attempted to make it seem like if getting large orders are something that's important to you, if Dash Now is something that's important to you, if scheduling is something that's important to you, if working all the time on the DoorDash app is something that's important to you, it's going to be difficult to cherry pick because they're limiting your access to the app. They're going to limit your access to scheduling. They're going to limit your access to large orders. And if DoorDash is your prime earning mode, then yeah, you're going to probably have to adjust. So what I'm kind of doing, since the tier program is here now and I'm subject to all of those things, this is the whole point of my experiment. I want to get up to 100%, and then I want to start working it out. Number one, I've already established being 90 doesn't really make a difference to your earnings, because my earnings have been absolutely putrid and terrible. Two, way less earnings than what I've had when I was cherry picking at a lower AR. Now, other drivers have claimed that's not the case. I'm looking at it on a consistency basis. Have I had a $42 order? Yes. Did I have a $45 pizza order? Yes. But overall, it's not been a very good, satisfactory experience. But again, my goal in doing what I'm doing right now is to look at a broader term of time to determine what we can really realistically look at if we're operating at a higher AR. But when I think in the category of like, hey, you turn it on, we can turn it on, your really pops off really well, then you know what? Turn on DoorDash when it's available. If it's not, and you've got some other steady form of earnings or steady way to earn, then screw it. Don't put yourself through the hell. But if you've only ever been on DoorDash, if DoorDash is the only app that you have, if you have DoorDash and GrubHub, but GrubHub isn't really good in your area, or DoorDash and Uber Eats isn't really good in your area, then my recommendation is what you should do is, again, and I'm going to put this to the test to determine how well it actually works once we get to this part of the experiment. But what I believe is going to be the mode of work in the way, and again, I think you're still going to get a sense of automation. The algorithm is still going to control you to a degree. But what I want to see is how viable for 30 days is it to get to a high AR. I'm going to start at 100, I'm not going to necessarily go back to 100, but I'm going to try to figure out what that number is that I want to get back up to. Maybe 90, 95. When I start out, I'm going to get 25 turndowns. My goal is going to be probably to get to 95% AR. And then once I get to a certain point, so I don't lose the ability to schedule, so I don't lose the ability to see large orders, so I don't lose the ability to be dashing anytime I want, I'm going to see if I can do kind of a variation with 20 to 25 turndowns on the way, all the way down to 75, and then do earn by time and get it all the way back up again. Maybe go to 100 the first time, maybe go to 95 the first time. We'll see how it feels, how it's going. Maybe you can stop earlier than that and give yourself 15 turndowns. We're going to play with it for a month. We're going to see if we can maintain platinum, because remember, okay, you maintain your AR, you maintain your completion rate, you know, you maintain your customer rating, but if you don't have 100 orders, now you're not getting access to those large orders in Dash Now. So, again, DoorDash is definitely attacking the cherry picking game and the multi-app game. Because if you decide, hey, Spark's really paying well for me, and I love the Spark, and you go down and do 2 DoorDash orders a day, you're only be getting 60 a month. Now the answer to your, obviously there's someone would be, then why do you care about large order programs? Because it's not what's making you a lion's share of your money. So, be gold then. Maybe you don't need to be on the DoorDash platform at any time because you're not trying to do it at all time, But I want to see what the earnings look like in that area, in that time. Is it worth it? And that's kind of what we're trying to figure out. And then I'm going to put DoorDash in its proper place in my toolbox. Is it a main earner anymore? Is it worth making it a main earner? Right now, it's not. I mean, if I was looking at my numbers right now and looking at what it's produced for me, right now, it'll be a sad moment when I have to let it drop. But I would just say, you know what, I know I can get it back up. The scariest thing is falling out of that Dash Now, because even if you decide, hey, one day you want to get it up and you drop all the way down, DoorDash has designed it, I think, that, or at least our hope is to eventually let it take hold and become that when you get to that bottom rung, you're stuck there without really having to shovel some shit. Because you're not going to be able to schedule. You're not going to be able to Dash Now. So you're not just going to be able to turn on the app and go, let me get my 100 orders now. And if you're in a really low AR, you might not even have the order flow. You might need to do 5 orders a day and work every day. But if you can't work every day, say you can work 20 days out of the week. But if the 20 days you can work, only 15 of them are available, and you're only able to do 5 orders, and you think you're going to do some cherry picking to do it, or even if you say I want to accept every order, it may not work. So it could take you a very long time to get out of the basement on DoorDash. So I think that if there's ever a time that we have to consider, or that regulators should come in and really take a look at the whole platform, the tier system is something that I think really violates. It looks like it's a reward program, so that's what they can tell people that aren't going to look too close. But reality is, it's more than that. It's a control program. It's going to control the dasher. It's going to bring every single one that tries to participate in it. I believe it's going to make everybody uniform. Make everyone work the same way, and you're not going to have much dominion over it. And let's check back in a year and see where I'm at when this rolls out nationwide and everywhere. Because right now you're going to get a lot of different perspectives, and you're going to get people that are going to tell you, oh, it's great, it just came to my market. And yeah, you're going to get some outlier experiences, but just wait till it settles in. Wait till it matures. Wait till it hits it when people find out that they got to now do, and now they're expected to do, looks like I passed. And now they're expected to do 80%, and now they're expected to do 150 orders. Trust me. DoorDash. Now, one theory could be that if you are one that chooses to maintain and stay above, there will be less and less people above or able to participate, and that could create favorable conditions.
All right, where the hell is my drop off thing?
All right. So there, weird stuff right now. I'm looking like a fool to these people, man. All right, we got. We've missed it, but I don't know how it is. Coming back here to one of these little alleyways where everybody can see the person that's driving up and down the street. Alright, so that is that. And then it skips right away to that. So is it over on this side? It's down there. I'm really confused. Maybe it's just doesn't even know. Okay. You know what? That's gotta be it. There's gotta be no mailbox. That's confusion. So this has to be it. This is it. I don't know, man. This is weird. 'Cause it's like. I don't know. Okay, so it's showing me it's that house over there, but that house has a different address on it. But okay. So is this it right here? Well, then we're just gonna. This is weird. guys, I think we found it. I was gonna go knock on the door here and say, hey, are you 59? Apparently. It's 56 down here. I don't know where. Hello. No, that's our exact. Yeah, it's got 59. But yeah. Sparks had it like that, but it's also she could have hit the 6. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. Try hand it to customer. And yeah, so essentially, I don't know if you all saw that, or saw the whole thing, or heard the exchange, but apparently her mother fat fingered it. I guess her mother did the order. Must be an older lady, I assume. The mom is. And it didn't exist. And I was like, where the hell is this at? So my plan was I was going up there to knock on the door, even though it said leave at door, but I was going to knock on the door and be like, hey, are you this address? And if you are this address, if you aren't this address, do you know where it might be? And luckily, she came out flagging me down. And it turns out the mom had reversed one of the numbers in the address. You may have heard some of that discussion. I apologize. Hopefully nobody from Spark is watching that. We didn't really discuss deeply the addressing information. But anyways, that's just a little taste of what we go through. And guys, we're one away from our lucky 13. Whoever is the lucky 13 will get the special 50% increase to earnings. All of you that have hit the like so far, all 12 of you should enjoy a 20 to 30% earning bump next time you're out. So there is one lucky person right now who can be that lucky 13. So don't all jump in there at once and smash that like button. But yeah, so I think DoorDash is, yes, slow, has killed out cherry picking in general. It's going to have to be a new style of cherry picking, and then it's going to have to be determined if that new style of cherry picking is even worth it. Because, well, I mean, this is all theory I'm working off of, what I think might work, but I have no idea. And the algorithm, every time we learn something, it's going to come at us. Like I said, there's markets now that are tiered, and they're requiring 150, and they're requiring. So the messaging is, they want, in my opinion, they want a Dasher that is committed to the DoorDash app, that is going to accept orders at least 70% or higher, or in some markets they're going to move it to 80% or higher, and then they're going to attempt And here's the thing that we all have to really truly understand when we're assessing things. Again, as I said earlier, it goes back to earlier discussion. This is a computer we're working on. So when DoorDash says this is what we want, it doesn't mean it's ready yet to do that. So you may watch me come out and show you the hell I'm going through. That's because the tier system is brand new in my area. It's not yet perfected what it's supposed to do. And of course, I'm diving into it, accepting every order. So on the earn by offer side, it's still kind of struggling around with trying to figure out what it's supposed to do. And then there's probably a majority of people working earn by time, so earn by time priority doesn't exist. Now, what I believe, DoorDash, if you're listening, here is what I believe you should be doing. And that is this, is that at the higher tiers of, and maybe not as tiered out as it could be, but I think you need to open up the larger tips, the priority for larger tips to the drivers on earn by time at a higher acceptance rate. That would be very enticing to get people into the earn by time program. Not at the lower, but at the higher acceptance rate. Now, of course, it might raise the problem of, well, everybody to participate in earn by time is going to be at a high acceptance rate. Well, maybe not, but remember, if anybody declines an earn by time, you're out. More than one an hour, at least in my area, you're out. So now you've just knocked, so let's just do the math on that. Maybe you accept one order, next order you decline, next order comes in, it's wild miles in your eyes, and you decline. You're now at 33% acceptance rate. So now you're over on earn by offer. And then they send you 225 for 7. Well, now you're declining it again. Now you're at 25%. So it's as easy as you think to maintain, unless you're willing to hit accept on some of those longer miles and take the chance that the base pay will be okay. But again, the average earn by offer driver that comes over to earn by time isn't going to know what to do with a 12-mile order, because everything they've ever been told is don't take a 12-mile order. But that's how you make your money on earn by time. And it's the old adage of, most drivers don't take the time to do the math. If you say you're driving at $1.50 a mile, I'm going to hit you with some truth here. If you say you're driving at $1.50 a mile, and that's what you're driving at on a normal basis, and you make $200, that means you're going to have 150 miles behind you to make that $200, believe it or not. If I put an order up in front of drivers and said, I'll pay you $200 to drive 150 miles today, boom, just agree, that's it. Here's your route, drive 150 miles. I guarantee you, 70 to 80% of you would say that's a crazy order, no way I'm turning it down. But I guarantee you, a majority of those drivers will go out and do exactly that over the course of a day. So, the big problem right now that we have in front of us is drivers not realizing what their actual real numbers are, or what those numbers actually look like. So everybody that says, well, so if I get to $1.50, like I got to $1.50 a mile the other day. I was at on Friday, I think it was. That wasn't a bad day. Now I'm used to driving on Spark. I'm used to being able to drive $1.50 being the lowest end. I'm used to driving in. Is if you're going to be doing food delivery on DoorDash, then, or maybe you are doing shops, but if you're doing food delivery on DoorDash, you're probably going to drive at $1.50. There's just no way around it. Maybe less. So we have a lot of talkers out there. A lot of talkers out there that don't know what they're talking about. And they jump on earn by time, and they're like, 12 miles, that's crazy. Well, it's not that crazy. If you were able to make 25 in 1 hour, or you're able to make, say, $20 on that order and get paid for 12 miles. Now, of course, they say, well, what about the miles back? What about this? What about that? Well, yeah, of course. DoorDash has to corrects everything. And you can drive $1 a mile with good order flow. because you only need them to be one-sided. If you're getting another dollar a mile order right after, it's the same concept as getting a $2 a mile order. Oh, I guess I missed it. Or are we getting another person up there? Put it off. DoorDash. So that's why, you know, you can, and DoorDash knows all this stuff, but they know a lot of drivers don't understand fully how the numbers line up all the time. All right, guys. I'll tell you what's. Someone says I have 88% acceptance rate in Uber. I don't doubt it. And then we have, I always accept them because the customers, yeah, DoorDash alleges that it creates more earnings for you. And like I said, I think it also is a different form of priority because they're prioritizing you to get that money back. So it kind of like creates a little skin in the game for the gig apps because if they keep you at a lower amount, or if they give you lower orders, it takes it longer to get that money back. So figure like in the case that Dashing with John gave me, they needed to get $63 back. So in their eyes, it was like we're piling on, and he already has the $63 in his pocket. So it's like an advance on his earnings. So DoorDash is then very much inclined to send you orders you're going to accept to try to get the money back as fast as possible. Let's see what we got here. Do we have anything? I don't know. I think they tried to send us something on Spark. And then, yeah, let's see what they got here. So, but that customer, biggest challenge there, like I said, was their porch, which is not ready for an order of that size. You know, he's put in a big grocery order, and you have a bunch of boxes and stuff from Amazon orders, I don't know, things that were mailed to you. So now you've just got a mess on your porch, and I'm sure I'll get blamed for it. I'm sure they're taking it out on me, but it's like, dude, why? So we will not fire up the DoorDash app at this point because there's too many connectivity issues. This is a type of area that you can get an order and not even know you're getting an order in. So we're going to wait until cell phones are back up and running and good to go. In the meantime, if Uber or GrubHub would like to send an order my way that I'm willing to take, I'll do it. Where are we at? 6 minutes. Yesterday we worked 7 hours and $91. So are we having a better day? Yeah, it's it. And that's because we had Spark today. And I'm sure if we'd have been able to do that $30 Spark order from yesterday, we would have been in a much different position, much like we are right now. But yeah. So here we sit. Alright, let's turn DoorDash back on and see what's up. DoorDash says it's red. Alright, let's see what Spark says. Because remember, GrubHub is in the mix. GrubHub is in the house. Alright, so they're sending me on a $9.79 order to Inwood. That will take me out and keep me in the Inwood area. I don't think I want to do that. So I'm going to. Now, as I was saying before we did the drop-off, remember, $1 a mile to an area you can get an order. So if it's $1 a mile to a customer, and you can get another order, it's at least $1 a mile. As long as you know you're going to places you can get orders, it's as good as a $2 a mile order going to a place that you have to return from. So if you're willing to accept a $2 a mile order to the country or to wherever in your market, maybe another market, maybe another place where you know you're going to have to come back in order to get an offer, or maybe you don't like getting offers in that area, so you're going to pause your dash and come back, then $1 a mile to somewhere that you can get another offer from. Now the only thing is, it's whether or not you actually get that offer or not when you're done. If you don't and you drive back, then they got you, or you got yourself, or whatever. But you should, in those cases, limit your. If you're in an area and you're like, I know I can get offers over here, and you don't get an offer right away, and you make the decision to drive back, that's your own poor decision making. people won't want to hear that and say, well, and Jose, I normally don't buy custom cash orders because I don't normally keep the change in my pocket. So I've been leery of doing it. I've now been kind of intrigued now to consider maybe I might do that and give it a try. So now the play would be, I obviously can get back to my Walmart, and here's an offer from Sparks. So Sparks making an offer to me, and I haven't even got to my Walmart yet, and it's for $12.79 for 7.5 miles. Now, I could take that offer, and I'm financing my way back, but here's the problem. That doesn't get me back to my Walmart. So it gets me barely back, but it's 2 orders. So my concern would be, why would I'm already planning to head back. I've already financed my return ride back. Why give up now? That's a weak order. It will probably still be there when I arrive. It's not going to make a difference whether or not, and if it isn't, it isn't. It's not a very strong order. Something will eventually be there. It's not strong for time. It's not a strong time valued order. Oh, Uber, 843, 12.2 miles. No, sir. No, sir, El Uber. We're not doing that. So we'll put it in there. Now, DoorDash has not been turned on yet. I'm feeling pretty confident I can turn it on right now. The only question is, do I want to turn it on, or do I want to try to get back to that Walmart and maybe turn it on down there at that Walmart? Which is probably what I'm going to do. And because I financed my ride back to that Walmart in the last order, and it gives me a chance to get down to that Walmart and see if there's going to be something good. This is what I was doing before to maintain my acceptance rate, and I would normally stay around 70, maybe dip a little under, and then do earn by time to get it back up above. But all I was focused on was trying to get above 70 by tier 70 orders in a row, and that's kind of how I was maintaining it before the tier system. Well, I need to get to 100%, and then we got into all this functions. So right now, I've got several apps, except for DoorDash, and one might say, hey, yeah, DoorDash might be giving me something right now, or they might give me some shit right now. They might, because I'm going to be coming down past this McDonald's, they might go ahead and give me a McDonald's order. They still might give me a McDonald's order, even if I end up on the other side of McDonald's, but proximity and location, especially if you're on my offer, is always key. So we're going to go down with Instacart, with Spark, with Uber Eats, with GrubHub working for us, find orders. We're going to head down, and we're going to see if one of those pop. We're going to see if Spark pops off. It gives me something better than what they offered me with that $12 offer. It was an ASAP order, by the way. So that tells me it's been floating around. And it tells me that probably when I get within proximity of the Walmart, they're probably going to re-offer it to me. And who knows? Maybe somebody else wants $12.43 for 7.5 miles. It's not the absolute worst. If I was in an incentive program, I might take that and say, fine, I'll do it after my incentive. But I got no incentives to do. There are different times that different orders might seem acceptable, but with the Spark, there it is, it's back. See, I told you. It's telling me it's going to take 38 minutes to complete, 7.5 miles. And those 7.5 miles are from the store. And we are now getting 2 offers from Instacart, $8.43 for 2.3 miles for 5 items for Aldi Express, and $7.74, 1.6 miles for 8 items for Barnes. The Aldi Express might be one I would consider if I was already up there in that area, but that shopping center is not one I will go to unless I have some money in, because it's very poor traffic conditions, and it would eat you alive time-wise. Alright, now Instacart's coming with a food line order. 7.7 miles all the way in Inwood. 12 units, that's not bad. I would do the units, I have no problem with. The miles after the shop, I do, depending on where it's going. And yes, I have a lot of problems with this one. This is going out to the mountain. And I'd have to drive all the way back. Not doing that. Nope. So here we go. We've got the order available if we want to when we get back. So a lot of times when I have a weak spark order, I may turn on, I'll get down here, we'll see if anything else wants to pop in. If anything else does want to pop in, we'll consider that. And then when we get down here, on the right side of things, I'll turn the DoorDash on and we'll see if we can attract the diesel order. Now remember, I can act like this because I took a $24.95 order that paid for my way back. It paid for my behavior. And when I get back to the Walmart, then I have completed where I need to be at. And then at that point, that Walmart is a great place to wait for an order at for all the apps. And there's enough restaurants in the area, everything in the area that I'm going to be fine. All right, we have a Target order on Instacart. $13.05, 5 items. Not bad on the items, but it's the miles that I don't like. 11 miles. And I don't like them because they're going way out in the middle of nowhere. So it is not leading me to a place. It is not leading me to a place I can get offers for in another, I have to come all the way back. There's nobody, there's not an app in the world that's going to give me an offer in that location. So it does not meet that. Now, if it was 11 miles and maybe it was going to my exit to where I'm going, I might take that. Because I was going to drive that way anyways. And I know there's offers available up there. I know I can work my way back down. Okay, GrubHub gets in the mix. And GrubHub sends me what the hell, GrubHub? $14.55 for 21 miles. They want me to go all the way up to Inwood and come back. Now here's the thing on this. If it was $1 a mile, we might justify taking it. Potentially. Although that's a lot of miles at $1 a mile. And we'd have to get a lot more going. But it lands me right down here, back down here over downtown area, which I would have no problem getting an offer there. For DoorDash, GrubHub, Uber Eats, Spark. The only thing I don't like about it is it's not even close to $1 a mile. So we're not even going to consider that. It's 75 cents a mile. That's ridiculous. We're not doing 75 cents a mile. Now Spark just took away their offer. So we don't have anything with Spark. So we'll come down here and we'll get parked in this Walmart parking lot down here and see if Spark will send us in. So we have now just perfected or just done, or just perfected what I like to do on a normal basis. So here we are. Now, let's get a nice little parking spot where cell phone connectivity is good. And here we are. All right. All right. So now that I'm back and nothing's come through, let me just double check Spark real quick. Let them know where we're at. And now it's time to turn DoorDash back on. Oh, shit. might be a costly mistake. DoorDash. Alright, so we have now they've increased the target order to $15 for 11 miles. Martin's is now $9.74 for 8 items, 1.6 miles. So that's actually getting to a point where we might consider that one. Let's see what the items are. Make sure it's nothing crazy like 9 gallons of something. So right now they're now forcing me on to it was available. So let's just see if we can play with this and get ourselves. Earn by time is locked out. This is so crazy, man. Alright. Sometimes if you go in and out of so now DoorDash is okay, earn by time is back. So there we go. They're playing games with us, man. They're playing some games with us. Alright. So there we go. DoorDash is back, 1 to 5 minutes. Chili's is a hot spot. China King is a hot spot. Taco Bell's a hot spot, and Red Lantern all the way up at the Maryland border is a hot spot. So we got that working for us. So let's see if Spark wants to send me anything. Reopen it. Put the cache on. Now it's resetting. All right, so guys, we're now hired on a DoorDash deal. So here it is. We're doing a Logan Steakhouse, which this actually has the potential to be a nice tip. It's a grilled meatloaf, a 22-ounce porterhouse, and fried wings. I can tell you, my wife and I ordered from Logan's not too long ago. This is probably at least a $60 order. So the offer was for us to travel, let's see here, 6.5 miles. So now we've got a 1.2 mile Martin's order. It's the same order. Now it's at 11:29. Target's at 16:05. Aldi Express. So I feel like Instacart knows when you're interacting with the app, and they will start to increase orders and try to start almost doing it an AI version of trying to bid for your. Now they have limits, of course, but they'll start bidding for your attention. If you go in and tap into an order and look at it, you hide it. It'll start coming back, and they're starting increasing it to a point. Probably the order that I should say was $11 for 1 mile. That's easy. And now we're on a DoorDash order for $13.25 an hour for 5 miles, going down to an area that maybe we'll get another order. Again, like I said, that's the key. That's the key component to earn by time, is getting that next order. And then again, we're going to take a look and see what earn by time, because they offered it 5 miles. Now Spark's sending us something. Watch it be something really nice. $11, 2.7 miles. It's a shop at this Walmart over here. So Again, that is one I would take. It's 9 items. I could shop those items really fast. The only thing is if it was 9 crazy items, but I'd have to. Looking at the items, they're very easy to get. It's a couple of soft drinks, some chips. Basically, I'd be going to the chip aisle, I'd be going to the drink aisle, and I'd be going to the salad dressing aisle, and I'd make a stop really quick over at the meats and snatch that up. So I could have that shop wrapped up in 10 minutes, and then I'd put that in the car, and run it over 2 miles down the road, and be back, and I'd be at $11 and book my 11 runs. It's real easy. So now I'd be sitting at $36, and I'd have that track right on back. And of course, I'd have my food delivery apps along the way back. And knowing I have every one of those miles covered. So anything I pick up along the way back to that Walmart, I'm cool. Because I made sure I was paid for it. And Spark makes it easy to do that. And the same thing should be done if you're working Instacart. Instacart is not a drift. You shouldn't be drifting around your community. If you decide you want to make Instacart the primary, pick a store. And you should be doing that anyways because you should learn your store. Pick a store. That's your focal point. You're making all your financial decisions around that store and the proximity of orders to that store. So when Instacart makes you that 11 for 1, you know you're only going 1 mile from the store. You know you've more than covered your ride back to the store. So you know as soon as you get back, you're looking, Instacart might have orders ready for you. And you can consider that if it's other stores or you want to relocate. But if you're focused on just one store, go back to that store. And it'll tell you. And if it's not a busy store or the other offers, or maybe there's an offer to coming in, but you know you've financed a certain amount of money based on the idea that you were going to return back to that store for other orders in the day. You should want to try to get, if you're going to be doing shopping, you should want to gain a familiarity with the store that you're shopping. And then you can use your food delivery apps as a way to enhance your shopping apps. And I guarantee you, if you're doing that, the way I'm telling you, you will like the results at the end of the day. You will like your miles to money. You will earn at least $20 or more an hour for the time you're out. Most of the time, more, closer probably to 25. And you will be, your active time working will always be 30 or more an hour. And you're even have some days where you might have a $30 or $35 an hour day where you're actively working. It just depends. It's not going to be every day. But because you're creating that really strong base, but the most important thing is not your hours worked. I mean, that is important in the standpoint of you want to try to maximize your earnings when you're working, but it's not the most important thing for your expenses. What's important thing to your expenses and keeping the business open is your miles to money. So you are playing a very important game of keeping that miles to money in the $2 range or higher. Then you better be setting aside money for taxes because you're not going to be offsetting your taxes. You're going to have a tax bill. You're going to have a tax bill, but you're going to have a car to go out and drive and make money to pay those taxes. So we'll see how this works out on this Logan's order because, of course, I don't have the ability, and that is the downside to earn by time. So I just accepted this earn by time. Of course, as soon as I accept the earn by time, in comes an order that I would have taken on Spark. So this is the war, right? I'd much rather be doing that order right now on Spark. I'd have been sitting right there. So literally, I would have just either gotten out of my car or I choked up a little bit on the parking spots, jumped out, ran inside, grabbed those 8 items, and I had it wrapped up in 10 minutes. And then I would have been back in my car, driving the 6-minute ride to the customer. And I'd have had that all wrapped up inside of 15, maybe 20 minutes. If it's a 20-minute wrap up, that's $33 an hour. Boom. And then making my way back to the Walmart. And then, as you saw there's that $11 1 mile offer from Martin's. I could have run over there and grabbed that. There's another $11, quick 11 if it's available. If it's not available, who cares? You get back to Spark, and maybe by then a curbside's ready, and it's another 25 or 30 or something reasonable. And if curbsides aren't available, well, damn it, that's all right, because you're going to have your food delivery apps turned on. And that Walmart is sitting in the heart of all the food delivery apps and everywhere you want to be in the market. Anyway, but that's not how we're working. Like I said, DoorDash is the focus. I really probably shouldn't have tempted myself back in it because but we'll see here. Hopefully this is a decent order. And I think it will be a moderately good order because first of all it's dinner, and second of all because it's my first order, and that's again the pattern that we've seen on Earn by Time is the first two orders will be okay. So it took us 9 minutes to get here from when we accepted this order. DoorDash is predicting 37 minutes. So that's, they're predicting $8.17 worth of base. So we're seeing. I don't think it's going to go 37 minutes. I think this order will probably be ready. I think we'll be at 15 minutes when we leave out of here. I think it'll be another maybe 12 minutes to the customer. I think we're falling somewhere around 27 minutes, which will put us at $5.96 base pay, and I think we're going to probably have either a $5.50 or $6.50 tip, and they'll start us out with an $11 payout. And then the next one will be okay, and then they're going to hit us with a no tipper going somewhere long distance, maybe going into the hills, the mountains, whatever. I might be wrong, but we'll see. And then if I get a large order program, it's going to be a long distance one. But we're probably not going to be around that long because we're getting off at 6 today. Or thereabouts, and it's already 5:04. So let's go in here and get this order. Well, I was right on the distance, 12 minutes. All right, so let's see, what did we earn today? $90.03. That's what we've earned today, guys. Alrighty. Now the bad news on this order, I don't know, it might be good news if they hand me a handful of cash. It's a hand it to me order. That always makes me feel like, especially when you're on a platform like Earn by Time, that we're dealing with a no tip order right now. And that that could be because the customer called in, they maybe requested a delivery. Some of these restaurants do offer that. And then there's also the potential here that the customer just said, you know what, I'll tip them cash because, you know, it's a delivery driver. They're not going to want to pay taxes on it. You know, everybody thinks that. Hey, cash is king, cash is king. They don't understand that it really makes a big difference in how their order gets treated inside the DoorDash system. Or maybe they're just wanting to ride free tonight. They're wanting a nice 22-ounce porterhouse steak, and they want it delivered to their house, but they're like, hey, man, that's a lot of money to add a good tip on there. So it is one. So we'll see what happens. Right now, 5 miles, 11 minutes. Let's see if we get, got a 996 Instacart badge. Let's see what's up, what's up, what's up. Hey, that's nice. Instacart sends it right to my watch. So 7 items, 2.8 miles. So as you can see right there, again, what does that tell you? That's at the Martin's right over here. If I'm working at Martin's or I'm working at Walmart, I'm willing to do that because I know I can. That's $4.50 a mile. So it's 2 items. I could shop those 2 items very quickly. So I would probably, if I was sitting there, I'd go, yeah, snatch that right up. Boom, done. Ride right over. I'm right next door. I'd be over there in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Out of the car, inside, bam, done. And be back probably to shop, I'd say, for that Martin's. It depends on how bad the self-checkouts are going. But I could probably have that shopped and turned around in 10 minutes for 2 items. And then you're talking 2 more minutes, let's just say 6-minute drive. Talking about 16 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. 9 times 3, $27 a month. Boom. Now that's active time. Doesn't mean I'm going to get an order right away. GrubHub's coming in hot, GrubHub. Let's see what you got. I'm still here. So that was just GrubHub getting mad because I guess I must have missed some orders. I don't know. I didn't hear it. You should have let me know. Oh, $26 for food line. So this is a stickier one, right? 19.4 miles in Wood Food Line, 26 items. The only question on this is where is it going? And it's going... That would be one I might consider if I was up in Inwood and riding home, because it's actually going out towards where I live. But in general, I would, if I was working the Inwood store, I would not do that because that does not financially get you back, and that is a big issue sometimes on these Instacart orders. That would put me near the food line, so I would know that. So if I wanted to switch stores, I could do that. And it would give me 2 food lines to choose from. And it would provide me with probably the mileage to get there. If I needed to. Because again, remember, now that would be if I was up there. I would not drive up there and then go do that. That's 20 miles. I'm looking at these orders, and you should be looking at food or grocery shops as a one-way street, as a two-way street from the store, and only one time in your day should you be having to have commute miles back to the store. After that, the order you take should pay for you to get there. It is not the DoorDash game. DoorDash requires you to drive all over your commute and get another order. Some would say that's easier than playing the Instacart or Smart game, where you're pricing yourself to the customer and back to that store, and that's the thought process behind it. So it looks like right now we are 6 minutes away from the customer. And I still need to touch base with support. I'm really curious. Now that I've seen it update, it makes me wonder why my 1-star hasn't dropped off. I really want it up there, because then I'm just left with a 4 and a 3. So, yeah. I think that will put me at like 4.97 or 4.98. And I do believe customer ratings can make a difference too, as well. It certainly can make a difference on what you're seeing as far as large order programs. I mean, I think that when your rating starts to drop, sometimes that can make an effect. I don't know, but I think it does. I've seen a lot. I remember, and again, it's been a while since I was at 5 stars, but when I was at 5 stars, I saw a lot of large order programs coming my way because I'm a 5-star driver. When I started to drop down a little bit, and I got a 1 or a 2 or a 4, all of a sudden, it seems like I'm getting deprioritized away from those orders. At least that's what I felt. So, all right, here we go. 4 minutes, 2.3 miles. So the best option we will have, again, remember, looking at this on a earn by time method, is looking at what are the options around your drop-off. So the options around where I'm taking this drop-off is either going to be essentially probably where I came from, very little chance unless it's like a large order program, which then they would be comfortable maybe doing that because they know they've made a lot of money on that order. So that's why large order programs, they're willing to pay you from the doorstep of the last offer all the way back, and hey, they'd be willing to make the investment to make sure they have a driver there at the store when it's ready. Or within about 5 minutes, I would be at the Wendy's that I don't like, that we picked up from earlier today, the one that I said was so dysfunctional. In fact, it was dysfunctional. I literally come up to the counter. There's a guy that doesn't speak English, and he tells me, hold on. He refused to deal with me. My order was back on the counter, and he flagged out someone who spoke English in the back. And I'm like, how do you have someone working the counter that doesn't speak English? In a place where English is the language, you know, it is what it is. I don't care that he doesn't speak English, but I'm thinking, as a functioning restaurant, that person is in the back. He's screaming in Spanish to have someone come up because he can't deal with me. He can't read my phone. That's insanity. It's just, but of course, that is a store that I know does not currently have a general manager. So that's what you get when you've got nobody taking care of the logistics of that, and you know, not making sure that you've got people there that can run the place. I mean, it's just really quite interesting to me that that's allowed to go on. It is. All right, so here we go. All right, so we are 0.6 miles away in 1 minute. So we will be finding out our fate here shortly. We will be getting a lot of questions answered on this one. It's the first order since I re-logged on to DoorDash. And the question is, are we going to see a tip? Number one, it's a handy ticket. That's the first indicator there might not be a tip. I already know I'm getting about $5 base pay. I was offered this at about 5, I believe it's 5 miles. So that, I should cover my miles. It's 1 for 1. And it'll be whether or not if DoorDash factored this as a no tip order, it means they kind of came out of the box at me in a little bit of a different way than what they've done in the past. Whereas I'm expecting this to have maybe been a $6.50 tip and $11. That's what I would expect from DoorDash right now. Or a $5 tip, maybe 10 or something like that. Lukewarm, not great, but not completely terrible. GPS stops at a mailbox, but house is all the way up the drive. Last one at the top of the driveway, left Black Mountain View. Okay, good. Thank you for the instructions. I think I've delivered out here before. I don't think I've delivered necessarily this one, but I think I was delivering an Uber order, and I got mad lost out here trying to figure out where to go. Is that the not open? Say left. One left, okay. One left, alright. I hope it is. Oh yeah, okay, so that's the mailboxes. Alright, so now we're getting to the numbers that I want to see. But I'm not seeing a black one. That's not the right number right there. Coming out looking. Oh, wait a minute, this is it. Yeah, I am. Never mind. There we go. Thank you. I've done that before, guys. I don't know why I do that sometimes, but I got the number. I don't know, for some reason I'm not going to say the numbers I had in my brain, but I had the wrong numbers in my brain. And I'm like, thinking it's, and I was right there. It was right there. So, all right, let's break down the numbers, guys. 634 base pay. So we actually exceeded the base pay estimate I had in my mind. Maybe that was because of the and we got an $8 tip, so we exceeded even the tip. I was saying $6. So I didn't give this customer enough credit. I was thinking hand it to me. I think hand it to me in this case was simply because it was hard to find. So we got paid $14.34 for 5 miles. That's a good offer. And that finances our road back, and that is good stuff, and I'll take that every single day of the week. So kudos, 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 and Doritos. So I'm happy about that. So now the question is, where is it sending us? So it's telling me to go towards Sweet Hut, which is downtown Motor. So we're going to kind of head in that direction. We're going to kind of do like a, I don't know how we want to describe it. If they want to drag us down there to Sweet Hut, they can. But I'm going to kind of do an all because I don't like going downtown. And there's nowhere to park down there. So if there isn't an order ready for us, we're just straight up screwed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head back towards the area where we came from, to the Walmart area, because we have enough. We got enough. They financed us back. So we have enough for our return trip. So kudos to DoorDash. Because we were actually we were offered at 6.5 miles, and we got 14.34 on that. So we have the money to get back. So therefore, we're going to go back, and that puts us at $104.37. So not bad. We need a few more of those, DoorDash. Make up for, since it is dinner time after all. We were in a hot zone, a hot lane, a hot spot, whatever you want to call it. Now let's pull up Smart. Back there, we're gonna put DoorDash in. We're gonna shrink DoorDash up. Done. Put it in there. Turn Uber on. Not turn on. Make sure it's on. Shrink Uber. GrubHub. I know he was mad at us earlier because we had taken orders for a while and was claiming we missed orders, which isn't true. And now we're going to turn Spark on. Instacart, all the orders that were there are gone, but mainly that's because when you change your proximity on Instacart a lot of times, you leave. What's up, babe? My wife was in chat. Hello? She knows it's getting close to 6, so she's checking up on to see how far I am away. Much better day today. We're at $104 already, babe. No cash tips though. So, unfortunately. I actually think I have $1 floating around in my pants from the other day. Right? There we go. So what would be ideal right now is a nice big fat juicy Spark order, just to end the day right and get us making money on, or a large order program like we ended the day on the other day when we got a nice $15, and there it is. Of course, I speak about all of that, and instead we end up with a Little Caesars going 10.3 miles. Oh, DoorDash. Oh, DoorDash. Well, we're hitting accept. There we go. It is 5 items. This doesn't really mean much at Little Caesars because all the pizzas are cheap there. But it's a thin crust pepperoni, a 5 meat feast, a Pepsi 2 liter, crazy sauce, and pepperoni crazy puffs. So probably I had to estimate probably $40 worth of pizza there. All right. Probably getting the 2 liter for free as part of the deal. So probably, if they're tipping me, $5. And then with the 10 miles, they're DoorDash is probably estimating $10 in base space, so they're estimating $15 payout, which would be nice. Probably not going to take me as long as DoorDash thinks it will. So $8, $9. Prove me wrong, customer. But the good news is we don't know yet if DoorDash rained on our parade, and we do. Well, we definitely know we didn't get a large order program. Let's put it that way. And so far, Spark hasn't offered or extended anything to me, although I haven't got yet close enough to Walmart to know for certain. But we'll see what happens. We do know we already paid for our ride back, so that's good. I think I'm going to get turn right down here. I'm not doing it. I just cannot sit in that traffic. I just cannot do it. I'm sorry. Even on or by time. It's too frustrating sitting in that traffic. I've got to go the shortcut. Which takes money away from me, but it is what it is. So who's going to be the lucky 13th like? Is that going to be you, Melinda? Have you liked my stream, babe? Has my wife liked my stream? If you're still watching. 13! I bet you she's the one that just liked it. I bet you she is. I don't know if you double tap the screen or used the 3 dots. I never could get to double tap it. If it's a short, it does, but not on these lines. It doesn't work for it. Oh, thank you, babe. I love it. There's a sheriff deputy going by. GrubHub sending us an order. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Wow, we might have to figure out a way to use a word for unassigned on this Little Caesars pizza, because this is a really good offer. $14.81 for 7 miles. Damn. Oh, I know, GrubHub. I gotta figure out what to do here. Hold on. Just gotta think about it. Let it go. We're hired on DoorDash. It's tough. But that was a really good offer. And I paid for my ride back. And dang it, man. I don't know. I think I made the wrong decision. I think I should have just either done a word free or just said, F it, I'm going to just cancel the order. Although the good news is, chances are, when we get closer, they'll knock $1 off that thing because I'm closer to the store, and they'll probably re-offer it too. So if I get there and it's not ready, what I would have loved to have done was stack that back. So, and of course, Sparks could probably play with it and send me to go to the really be tempted, because it's easier to certainly do a word for your unassigned when the Spark order could sit there right in the parking lot of Little Caesars. It's not the best example of stuff in my business. But DoorDash has done me no favors in the last few days, so I guess the question is, why am I doing it? Why am I staying on an order that I don't know is a profitable order? It's certainly 3 miles less than what was going to be on that one. It's paying me $2 a mile, and I let it go. The idiocy of being a DoorDash driver. Now the question is, I know I've delivered to this neighborhood before. Have I delivered to this customer? Do I have any indication that this customer will tip me decently? The answer to that question is, it does not appear I've ever delivered to this customer. What did I tell you? I'm right back here. Here they come. Ah, okay. It's not the same order. It's heading in a different direction. It's Fin Thai food, $9.48 for 9 miles. But this, if there's any justification for taking this one, it would be that it's sending me out near an area that I probably could get another order. Probably, maybe, but it's also near my house. So if I'm trying to go home or something, I'm still here. It didn't let me turn it down. It jumped all over. See if Spark wants to do anything with me. It is just slightly after the drop. We didn't get any attention when we did the 20 after drop, so that's interesting. Oh, it sweetened the pot on us. It made it worth it, I guess. Maybe. We just got an add-on, people, good people. So actually, we might be in a position now that this ends up being a really good order. Because any time, as I've told you, in the DoorDash earn by time game, you're going to make your money on your stacks. And we are now going 13 miles, and I know that might say, wow, that's horrible. But it's inside those miles. They make you your money, and then they're giving me a Little Caesars and a Chipotle order. So if this were to say be given the miles that they're asking me to travel, in theory, the tip offered should be somewhere in the range of, it should actually probably be $10.50 because I was 10 miles in that front. But does that mean the customer is tipping that? Absolutely not. But that's what it should be. But it doesn't mean it's not $8.50. It doesn't mean it's not $10.50. So the Chipotle order, we need to take a look at. So let's click arrived. Delivering 2 burrito bowls and chips. Now, the bad news is that's taking us the rest of the way to Emily. It is what it is. Sorry, babe. Ray Gardner, normally I pick and choose, but I'm working right now, earn my time with the goal to get to 100%. So right now I'm taking everything DoorDash is sending my way, which is creating some problems for me. Because they will really try to send you all around, especially on the Earn by Time program. Like right now, they sent me I'm on a 13.3 mile order right now. It's kind of how I started my day. I started my day with a 12.7 mile order on DoorDash. And right after I accepted the DoorDash order, GrubHub sent me a $14 7 mile order, which I was almost going to do. But they just, at that time, I had only had the first part of this order, which was my Little Caesars order, which is where I'm at right now. And I was pretty depressed because I was like, man, I probably should have just canceled that order and just gone with the better one, as I would do in normal times. And I didn't do that, and maybe it'll turn out I'll be in a better position. Maybe this will be a $25 banger, as has been the case. I did that earlier. I did that another day where it was two lukewarm orders. Thank you. All right, so 625. 660. All right. DoorDash is estimating 48 minutes. Whoops. It's 48. So we're talking 1060 here. So there's potential here for a nice double digit payout here. All right, I'll be right back, guys. So, Ray Gardner, do you in your region you work by offer? Is that what is that what 16 hours takes, or you do it by offer? Because I know, like I said, I've seen that the order flow is a little better in my region. It takes about 12 hours in my area to do. At least that's been the average. Now, one day last week, I did 200 in under 8 hours, but I actually did 3 hours of earn by offer in a different. It ended up taking me to a new region. Earn by time wasn't available, and I turned on earn by offer, and it just paid out really well the entire time I was there. Well, consider doing the earn by time. You're gonna have to change up the mindset a little bit. But what you're gonna find is you're gonna work a little. You're gonna work continuously. You're gonna probably you might drive a few more miles on one day and less miles on another. But it was yeah. If you go back, it's all on tape. It was today's what, Wednesday? So it might have been last Wednesday when I did that. It was either last Wednesday, I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday when I did it. I want to say it was Wednesday. Yeah, because it was Juneteenth. Because I got a $45 Papa John's pizza order on Earn by Time. And then I was following, as I call it, following the algorithm. And of course, I was taking every order. And that's what I did that day. And I went and they sent me up the road to another market, and I couldn't get on Earn by Time there. So I said, fine, I'll go on Earn by offer and just accept every order. And that's what I did. And in under 7 hours, I had $200 in my pocket for the day. It was a really nice day. So I'm getting some Uber action here, guys. 516 for 13 miles. Uber has just been off the chain with crazy orders today. I don't know. All right, guys, I got to run in here and pick up the second part of the order, and then we'll be off to the customers. The car's still on. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Hold on. So you said you're lucky if you can make $100 in 8 hours. I don't doubt it, man. If you're doing earn by offer, because that's what it was like yesterday. I had a really bad day. Basically, Monday and yesterday, I made $91 in about 6.5 hours. It was terrible, and that was doing all at DoorDash. And then because Spark was down, and then on Monday I made $151 in about the same amount of time. I think it was about 7 hours, and I got bailed out because I had a Uber Eats and a Spark come in that were okay, but DoorDash. In both cases I was doing. How you doing? How TTO? How you doing? What's up? Good to see you. Hit that like button since you're here. In both of those instances, hold on 1 second here. Sometimes it doesn't pull the right address. It'll just pull an area, and I want to alleviate that before I get there and think I'm at an address and I'm not. All right, let's go. Here we are. 14-minute ride out to the first customer here. You said, I think you think you care too much about your acceptance rating. You probably do to a degree. But if you don't, listen, here's the thing on it. Consider this. If you want a high acceptance rating, if that's something that's valuable to you because you think it makes a difference in your experience, which is clearly not making a difference in your earnings because it's taking you that long to earn $200 or $100, then you're not getting the value, the purported value that you would be doing those things to get. In other words, it's supposed to be that you're supposed to earn faster, earn quicker, earn better miles to money, not in 16 hours. So consider giving it a try on the earn by time side, because you're going to accept every order. And while yes, you're going to see a 12-mile, stay with me on this order. See what happens. See what the payout is. Because we're on a 13-mile journey right now. Now maybe I'll prove to you that you don't want to do this, but it's dinner time. Stick with me. I think there's a potential. It's a handed to me on this Little Caesars, but I'm not surprised because a lot of Little Caesars are handed to me. So I'm thinking I'll either get a cash tip, it'll either be, God forbid, a no tip, or it'll maybe be a moderate tip on that one. And then I think this Chipotle order is going to have some sort of a tip on it. But I think what you're going to see here is we're going to be getting a somewhat decent payout here. But we'll see where it comes in at. Because where you make your money on or by time is on your stats. But I think also you're going to have to add in another app there. Because clearly your earn by offer is not making you money like it should. And you've either got to change it up and be more selective and consider maybe hybriding out. But $14 on earn by time, you could be making a lot better money than what you're making. Because think about this for a minute. You're making, let's see here, you said $200 and 16 hours. Dude, you're making $12.50 an hour. Your earn by time is 14. On earn by offer, you're making less than your earn by time. So just start earn by timing and you're going to be in a better place. I guarantee it. So, yeah, just consider that. Because that's rough stuff. But I'm not surprised on their by offer because right now they've leveled all. They've lowered base pay significantly on those payouts, and the order flow and order volume, in my opinion, and this seems to be every market I've been in, has been a lot lower, and they're freezing drivers out to lower their pay, or at least their hourly. And it's more like, again, that's the point. Remember, earn by offer is the penalty box for the earn by timers. So if you're spending all your time in the penalty box and you're not getting results that you like, there's probably a reason for it. And it probably doesn't get better when you're at 70 or 80%. Because remember, most earn by timers are going to be at 70 or 80%. So yeah, you're going to get some priority, but I really question whether it's actually there or not, from my experience thus far. I mean, I'm not saying you won't see as I saw last week, I did see a $43 or it's $34 large order program. It happened, but it was not common. Meaning it wasn't like I got back-to-back orders. After that order, I had to ride back to my market. And then they proceeded to slam me with some garbage. Alright, well the good news is, we're in a good neck of the woods to get gas, because we're going to need some gas here. So that's a positive. Take advantage of some of this low gas over here. It's a lot lower over here than it is by my house. So. Alright. We should have plenty of gas to get ourselves through these two orders. And see what the payout is. And it's nearing 6 o'clock, so getting right towards the end of my day. Although we might see what they do with us. I think they're going to send us in the other direction, so hopefully I can ride all the way home. After we get these orders done, because I anticipate that the lion's share of our driving, based on the address that's the second drop-off, the lion's share of our driving will be done now. It'll probably be like a 6-minute ride out to the next customer. So we'll be done in the next 16 minutes, which will put us about 6:15. I definitely do not recommend you do earn by time if you're trying to, like if you're in a situation where you get to the end of the dash and you're like, I want to just do like a quick one to get to the end. No, you're not, chances are you're going to get in the situation I'm in right now, which is 13 miles. And you still got, I guess, 8 more miles to go. See what happens here. I'm hopeful. Gosh, it looks like probably at the food line up here. So I'm heading up. That's 962. Martin's Instant Delivery. Oh, 1.5 miles. That's 17 miles. 10 for 6.9, 17 for 735. Okay, that was it. He's got a little clown light. That was ridiculous. There's 2 dudes riding this little clown light. in Hawaiian shirts. It's like the bike out of Dumb and Dumber when they got racing together. Somebody see out here on the road, man. You could write a book on it. In fact, it's almost like you could write a book. That's almost an idea, right? Write a book about DoorDash. What I saw on the road dashing. My life is a dasher. Because it is an interesting life. It is an interesting life at times. You see things, you see stuff, you see all sorts of stuff. You're out here just constantly in transit. And you're constantly battling the apps. Shopping. Waiting in line like a takeout customer. And risking your life, your car, your money, your assets, everything. The ability for a customer to get some food delivered to their front door, or groceries delivered, a package delivered from a retail store. All right, Wally World's coming at me. What's up, Spark? What you got for me? Anything good? Anything good? Anything enticing? I love it. Sometimes I get these notifications like there's an offer waiting for me. And I get over there, I go in the app, and there's nothing. So, whatever. Whatever, Spark. Whatever. Why'd you waste my time, man? Alright. Let's get the time out and see if that triggers me. Sometimes it's hidden. Alright, so we got Novak Drive. Let's see here. This long, lonely stretch. This is where there used to be a aviation plant that's no longer here. And there's the Air Guard. And there's also Martinsburg Regional Airport, MRB. I think at one time they had an Allegiant Airlines flight going out here. I might be wrong. I don't think that's happening. There's the Air Guard over here. The 167th. They're responsible for some pretty cool planes flying in our skies. And the Eastern Panhandle Transportation Authorities over there to the right. But it's kind of crazy because it's like this whole plant where they used to make airplanes, and it's gone. It closed like I think 6 years ago or something like that. But there it sits empty, wasted space. Who knows what it looks like inside by now? Shame. Alright, so we're 4 minutes out on our first drop off. Unfortunately, we will not learn anything about our payout on this first drop off because DoorDash doesn't show you that anymore. They didn't like the press showing payouts on earned by time. And that should tell you something too, guys. Listen, I've told you. Oh look, there's our Dumb and Dumber friends. And their Hawaiian shirt. That's the funniest thing ever. I don't know, you guys probably can't see mine. Literally it looks just like the show, just like off the movie. Just going no hands. Crazy asses, man. But you know, like when Earned by Time first came out, they were actually showing drivers on staffed orders because on like an order like this, it would show you'd leave, you go to your next drop off, and it might be 5 minutes away. Well, that only pays out like maybe $1. So it would actually show you $1 base pay. And if it was a no-tip order, it would actually show that you were paid $1. If you only went 2 minutes, say it was in the same neighborhood and it was right now, it would actually show you 44 cents. And of course, creators got on top of that like right away and started showing it off. You know, hey, DoorDash is paying drivers 42 cents. And of course, now we get this nice little encouraging screen that says, you've done a great job, move on to your next order, keep delivering, you know. And then they show you at the very end, they show you your tips, and then they show you one base pay for you. So the reason for that was because of the Earn My Time program. That's why they started doing it. And then, of course, that's carried over into the Earn My Offer. Oh, look at these ducks. Watch out. Don't be selling these ducks, driver. Holy crap. And then there's one slow one. The whole flock is over there and they're waiting on that one. There's now taking its time getting out of the water. Lenny was over there taking an extra couple seconds. And now he's causing the group to lose progress. So we got 14 in, 14 likes. Can we get to 15? Oh, we lost 8 people right away. Probably because I bet you my stream is sucking. Even though I'm still showing up. It's going to be dropping off very soon. So cell phone connectivity gets very spotty. Very spotty. All right, here we are, people, here we are. We're about to the first drop off. Amazing stuff. All right, climb a hill. Gotta run the hills. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Anthony Toroba, I will, we are, trust me. right, guys. So, turn around here. Oops, what the hell is that? I hope gravel, not my, whatever, not my transmission. I think it was gravel. Thank you. All right, so coffee came right to the door. Thank God, because as is common in this area where I'm at, we don't have any cell phone service, so we're trying to get it triggered right now to hand it to me, so there's no need to upload a photo. Thank God on that. I know I'm offline. I understand. It says I'm not. It says I'm on 5G. Come on. Good night. That's all I can say on that. Good night. Come on. All right, here we go. Is it going to let me process now? Right now, I'm not even quite certain the direction I'm going. Come on. AT&T, this is just ridiculous, dude. Are we alright on my phone here? I think we are. Snatch and grab over here on my phone. I mean, it's really just sad right now. Really sad. You pay everything that you pay on AT&T. Got it. It's something else. GPS signal. Let me process it. Thank you very much. It's my stupid ass signal. Let's start. As I said, 6 minutes, 3 minutes. Here we go. It says we should be there in 3 minutes, y'all. Hello, Caleb. Well, we're working on the second part of a stack for DoorDash. So we're about to go deliver some Chipotle to a customer on Earn by Time. It's an Earn by Time stack. You came just in time to find out the payout. I think we were at $104, I believe, last I checked. So whatever we get on this one, I'm hoping it's nice. Oh, of course it's going to take us there. You know, I don't know what it is with this piece of shit. You know, my iPhone, I don't know, man. My iPhone 15 Pro's USB-C, you know, I charge it at home on a, I'm hoping it's a $30 tip. That would be nice. I'm hoping. I would be very happy if that was the case. Well, I have a personal device that's iPhone, and I have majority of my work devices are Android, all of them, actually. But my iPhone will not. It's like I'm having problems connecting USB-C chargers into it. And I need it because it's my one device that's on T-Mobile, and T-Mobile is actually pretty good around here. Alright, here we go. even door. Simple as it gets. Let's go, guys. All right. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. T-Mobile. And I used to have, back in the day, T-Mobile was not very Sprint, and it got really, really good. My friend in the chat, Ray Gardner, I'm telling you, earned my time, right? So now, it wasn't a $30 tip like Caleb tried to will for me, but nonetheless, $20.89. That's not bad. We got an $11.89 in base pay, and we got $9 in tips. 5 for the Little Caesars, very respectable tip, and 4 for the Chipotle. One more dollar, and I'd have been like, hey man, that meet my tip minimums. So there you have it. Take a moment and add that in. Yeah, T-Mobile, I like T-Mobile. It's gotten, like I said, it's gotten a lot better than what it was as far as my only issue with T-Mobile was the coverage at one point, and it was pretty weak in my area. All right, so here we go. I knew it was coming because it's dinner time, and this is what they like to do for you. Now, you know, the litmus test for this offer is you go, well, it was $20 for 13 miles. Okay, I understand. So what does that mean? What is the miles to money on that? $20 for 13 miles. So let's just see here. What would that be? I thought I had it on my sheet. I think I did, but it's just easier to do it. So it was $20.81 by 13. $1.60 a mile. Game. Did it take me to an ideal location? No. So, all right, guys, I think we're back. Get a DoorDash order today. $2.50 1 mile bike ride. Ari Mac. Got a DoorDash order. Well, if it's a bike ride, is that too bad then, Ari? I mean, yeah, I think maybe for a bike ride it wouldn't be that bad. Ari Mac. I mean, you know, like I said, every order in circumstances it's given it. It's probably a no-tip order. But if you're riding a bike and trying to keep the miles really low, it's not the greatest of all time, but you know, there could be some justification for taking it. No tips, all right, or no tips. I got you. Well, like I said, it's good miles to money. I mean, it's not great time value, I mean, unfortunately, you know, 12.50 an hour. See, Spark is giving me something. Maybe they're giving me something to ride back to. Maybe. No. Another dead offer screen. Nope, not a dead offer screen. Not very good. 10.1 miles. 1469. I'm not even sure the direction that's the wrong. So right now it's telling me to head to Inwood. That's where it wants me to do. I guess that's why it brought me up. But we're gonna go get some gas. And we're gonna go the opposite direction it wants us to go. I think I'm gonna get a water. I feel like I need a water. So we're at 125, guys. 125 for the day. And it's been what? Yeah, we're about to come on 7 hours. So better than yesterday's 7-hour day. But still not up to 4. We can do a lot better. I'm quite convinced of it. Maybe not. Maybe the market is just disintegrated to the point that it's just not capable of doing better than what we're doing. All right. Let's see. How many miles have we driven since our last fill up? Gas tracker. There we go. So we last filled up on 6/21, so we made it 5 days. I don't typically get 7-Eleven gas, but let's see, what is our gas price right now? $3.47. Maybe I should go up to the next exit. I think it's like 305 down there. Hold on a second. How many miles do I gotta get? This is not the best value. What do I got? 13 miles? Let's go in the DoorDash app. See what it is. Oh, wow. Damn. Well, if I was willing to go into Virginia right now, I could go to Taco Bell in Inwood for $17.57 for 9.9 miles. But it's not. It does get me back to the Taco Bell, but I'm not, no. Driving a different direction. That's what we're going to put that one down. Sorry, GrubHub. All right, let's just get the gas here. Presley, I'll normally my normal mode, at least what I've been doing for a little while, was I would go out about 4 or 5 o'clock, and you go out till about 9 o'clock on the days I was working. Now I'm kind of ramping it up a little bit, and trying to work a little bit more, but that's what I had been doing for a little bit, and it was going all right. And then I decided I needed to work a little bit more, and I wanted to do a little bit more traditional hours with this experiment. But typically, if I go out early, like if I'm doing a full day, which I haven't been able to accomplish, I like to go out between like 9 and 11, and then I'll be out till 7 or 8 o'clock, or however long. If I hit $200, like I did that one day, in under 8 hours, I ended the day early. Yeah, I know. The scheduling does suck. If you're not a platinum person, it's tough to get on. So a little concerning there at my fill up. This is the first time ever I filled up for 10 gallons, full tank, and I only got 388 miles on my last fill up, which I'm like, what the hell? So either something's going on with my battery, which I hope is not the case, or maybe it was just because I ran my air conditioning so much that I ruined my gas miles. But man, concerning nonetheless. Dragonfly girl, today has been a lukewarm day, okay day. It's been better than yesterday, but still not where I want it to be. So, yeah, it's 91 degrees here and there, Ari. So I think the heat also plays a factor too, but I mean, it's just, I've never seen it that bad. So I'm a little concerned. May have to schedule a little servicing appointment or something. Don't know. So let's see what we get along the way home. We're gonna head, all right, Presley 007, so you're 110 there in Arizona. Are you working today, Presley? Or do you work in the gig work? Coming? That's way too hot to work. Like I said, it's 100 really making it tough because I've had to operate that air conditioning in full blast. It's so hot out here. If you're not working today, I don't blame you. And if you do work, bring some water. Now let me tell you, 7-Eleven's pure water, so select water, it's as good as Fuji water, in my opinion. Mitchell Pierce says 97 and humid in Chattanooga. Are you working today, Mitchell? It's about 92 here. Humidity's okay. But it's not as hot as it's been. I don't know where I'm at. Uh-oh. Maybe we won't be enjoying any more Reese Cups. They slid down. I don't know where they're at. I'm tired. I got you, Mitchell. Gotcha. Well, I hope you're enjoying retirement. If you want some fun, some lively fun, consider... Thank you, Mitchell. I appreciate that. Consider coming out here and doing some gig work. It's a good way to pass some time. All right. So right now it's telling us CVS is hot, but I don't think we're going to see CVS. Dragonfly girl, yes it is. Now I've been doing multi-acting now, Spark is key because I was without Spark until July of last year and it was a rougher time. I still made it, but you've got to have multiple apps. Try getting on with, if you can, get on with Amazon Flex, get on with Spark, and just try to figure out what's going to work for you. I mean, one strategy for a while when I wasn't on Spark anymore was I would essentially try to schedule at least a flex shift a day and get at least $100 or so, and I use that as kind of like a base. And in my area, you could get up to $130 for a 4-hour shift. So if I could get, an evening spark or a flex, then I know I have 130, and I know I have to make $70 on the other apps for the day, or somewhere in that range. And my goal has always been to try to hit between $150 and $200. I know a lot of other people want to do $300-$400, but with my situation, it was, 150 to 200 a day would do it. And I would always come in. You're off tomorrow night for the debate? Well, good. It'll be an interesting debate. Have they agreed on, has it been announced that they've agreed on the drug testing rules? I know that was coming out, that they wanted to drug test the participants, make sure nobody was taking performance enhancing drugs. A couple of old dudes trying to take some drugs to make sure their memories are right. Live on what? Reese's Cups? I love Reese's Cups. Well, but in my opinion, gig work really is like, probably for a majority of people, depending on your situation, I think gig work is like it's a great plus one. And that's kind of where I live in the spectrum. Can you make money doing it? Yes. Can you make enough money to cover all the things you need to do and cover if you're not working a regular job and you don't have benefits and you got to pay your self-employed taxes and all that stuff? It's going to be a stretch depending on what you need to live and where you're living. Can it be done? Of course. But I would highly recommend, if you're relying on it to cover benefits, cover your health insurance, cover all, consider getting a W-2 to cover some of those items, and then use gig work as a plus one, as an enhancement, as a gateway to other things. And if that doesn't work, it's workable. But it's going to be difficult because it's not, it's not predictable. It's not, you can go out, the last order I was on, $20, but I haven't got an order. Well. If it's as if the DoorDash gods answered my call from the heavens. They know I'm going home. They are sending me to the apartment complex. And if my wife is watching, she'll be very happy to know this. They are sending me to the apartment complex. We used to live in this apartment complex right next to our development. So I just got a Papa John's order. And not gonna let me do it right. And it's 2 items: cinnamon pulled pork, barbecue chicken, bacon pizza. I don't even care if it pays a great tip or not. Because guess what? When I get up there, I'm turning the app off. And we'll go there. And unfortunately, I'm coming home at 7 again. So what does Uber Eats takes up so much battery? Well, does it really? I didn't know that. Maybe that's why when I don't run Uber, maybe my phone battery seems to be better. Maybe I need to offload Uber. I had been doing that for a while where I was putting Uber on just one phone alone. Maybe I need to do that. And now that I'm not running Maximo anymore. But it's very, like I said, it's a very unpredictable job. And it requires your time. Can you make 300 in a day? Of course. It's just a matter of how long you're willing to work. And if you're willing to work 24 hours, I dare say you'd probably make consistently, if you worked 24 hours in the gig economy, I would say you'd probably make $480 a day. Dragonfly girl, see ya. Good luck out there if you're working. When you work again, I think you said it was very hot. So, it's just how long you're willing to work. I mean, today we went out for what, it's now 7 hours exactly. We've made 125 plus whatever this offer is. And we'll go over the final numbers like we've done every single day. If I was willing to stay out for 10 hours today, I know I'd hit 200 or a little over 10 hours. But I'm not willing to do that today. Tomorrow maybe we'll get to 10 hours. But today, no. So, yeah. So I'll work away. Today I'll work 7 hours and 15 minutes. And then made, like I said, probably $5 plus maybe $5 tip, maybe no tip. I don't know. We'll find out. Will they stack me? They could, because there's a lot of orders going to get. There's a lot of people that live up in this area that use DoorDash, so it's very possible that I get over here to Papa John's and they stack me with an Asian garden. They stack me with a Chipotle. Of course, I'm thinking Asian. I'm hoping Asian garden because that's a big dollar figure. And we could have another $20 payout. If they don't stack me, I'm probably thinking, I don't know, $5 plus $5, probably $10. I'm hoping for 10 or 11, and that they're not going to stick me with a no tip order now. It is dinner time, so I'm hoping the computer here is working the kinks out and getting itself together. But helping me sell Earn by Time right now, live on YouTube. All right, let's get ourselves together. Yes, I have actually. All right, we got some spark action near my house. 2138, 222, and 3. Wow. Too bad it's going 11 miles away from my house. Not going to do that. All right. Let's see. Optimize my phone. There we go. All right, let's head in here, guys. I will be back. We'll get our final order of the day done. I'm going to go ahead and take the liberty of turning off my other apps. Offline we go. There we go. That was GrubHub. I'll be back, guys. What's going on, Omni? Good to see you, sir. All right, guys. So, all right. So what do we got going on here? Ari Mack says he's until 7:30. All right, good job, Art. Good. I know the schedule is frustrating. You got to get the platinum, though, friend. Got to get the platinum. Platinum will take care of that schedule. Your scheduling woes. This could, and I understand you're on a bike, so I know it's a little more difficult, but you might have to consider renting a car. You can do that, you know. I'm driving a Prius. I don't know if there's cylinders in the Prius or not. I'm not certain. I think Ari is driving a bike. Oh, actually, you know what? We're delivering not to an apartment complex. I do that every time. I don't know why. I think it's the apartment complex. It's the Quality Inn. So it's taking me, I mean, it's still taking me into the mouth of my neighborhood. It's just not right next to, it's coming in a different direction. So this is the little, not so great. It used to be a Holiday Inn Express. It used to be a very nice hotel. It's the one we went to the other day, and there was a bathtub in the hallway. What's going on, Agent 86? You're catching me at the end of shift today? We're riding El Papa John's out to a customer right near my house, and then we're stopping for the day. We'll be going over numbers. We've made 125 so far. Whatever this order brings us will bring us to whatever we end up for the day. We've been going now 7 hours and 17 minutes. Boom. And we're heading home with money in our car, just like when we left our house today, because we had a catering order to begin today with, a scheduled catering order on GrubHub. We had money. So still trying for 100%, Agent 86. It's been tough. We got reset again yesterday. Well, we got reset. DoorDash mysteriously took a point from us. And then pretty much I was pretty upset. And then we ended the day where I lost it and turned down 2 orders. Because it was just so upsetting with what DoorDash sent me. And I just was like, who cares? You just took a point from me. I don't know how it left. So I went ahead and I had to reset anyway. So I knocked 2 orders, turned down 2. They didn't lower my acceptance rate. I'm still at 95%. We did a vote earlier today. At one point, we had swung heavily in the favor of not trying for 100% and going into phase 2, where I try to use my declines to go down to 75. Don't go past 75, and then jump over to, kind of do a multi-app deal and leave this whole getting to 100. I thought we might be leaving, and then by the time we got to the end of the GrubHub order, it had swung in the favor 62-38. There's my wife calling. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right, guys. Sorry, my wife was checking in to see what was up and let me know when I entered the stream to give her a call so we could get dinner figured out before I came home. I guess she was worried I was gonna go right to the house. So, well, I know, man. It's wearing on me. I kind of earlier today I broke into my old money making normal money making cycle and did a round on Spark. I have to. These DoorDash days are terrible. So today's money was inflated by one round of Spark. Of sparking, not quite to the fullest extent, but we ended up doing a $25 Spark for 7 miles, and then. Well, yeah, but then we followed it up on our way back from the Spark order. We were heading back to the vicinity to Walmart, and then we got back to the Walmart, and DoorDash hits me up with an order for Logan Steakhouse, and then Spark hits me up with another order, one I would have absolutely done. It's like $11 per mile, like a 8-item shop, and it would have been done in 20 minutes, and that's normally what I would, be feasting on. And I was like, I'm on this DoorDash order. I have no idea what it's going to pay. It's $13.25 an hour. It's going 5 miles. It paid $14, but. And then after that, I'm on my way back, and then they hit me with a Little Caesars order, and that was going 12 miles or 10 miles. Sorry. And then they added a Chipotle order that was going 3 more miles from the Little Caesars, which was technically going 13 miles from the Chipotle, which would have never gotten delivered. It was only now respectively there were $9 in tips, but I got paid out $11.89 base pay for the order, or $11.34 base pay for the order, so I got paid $20.34. So it was $1.60 a mile payout. It was not the worst of all time, but we ended up way out, farther out at the end, because I was wanting to end at 6 today. So now, one thing did work out for us. We're on a Papa John's order going to a hotel that is right at the mouth of my development. So that was okay, but I don't know if there's going to be a tip on it or not. It's a little small pizza and a little small cinnamon pulled cards, and it's a handed to me. So I hope either it's a handed to me because it's at a hotel and they'll be waiting in the lobby. I hope that's the case because I hate going on the floor of this hotel. Or it's a handed to me because they want to tip me because there's no tip. Or it's a handed to me because it's a hotel and there's no tip. But I don't expect there to be a large tip on this because it really wasn't a large ticket item. I can't imagine it being more than $5. So I think with base pay all in, we started this order at 6:45. We're going to be at the hotel probably by 7:15. I'll probably get $6, and if I got $5, I might get $11 for going 13 miles. But it's going home, so that'll put me at either 130 or 135, 136. It's pretty exhausting coming out here working for this stuff. But we got shit. What do we got? I don't know. I don't know how many DoorDash orders I did today. I gotta check. But whatever we did today is minus 100. So I think we might have done. So we did 6 earlier. And then we've done, I think, 3. Yeah, we did, this will be 4. So we've done 10. So we're back, we need 9 90, sorry. Smash that like button and subscribe. That's right, everybody, please. We're at 17. Hey, can we get to 20 today likes? That would be fantastic. And subscribe, please. Subscribe. And then consider becoming a rational member as well, because we're going to do a members only live. And it's going to be a crazy one. When we get to 100. But come on, what the hell? Why is it not reset? I guess I really don't need the directions. But yeah, it's brutal. It's I mean, like, for instance, if you look right now this week, I've only, now not counting what's in there now, I've only made $197.09 on DoorDash. And now I made money on, obviously, on other apps. And I've worked 16 hours dash time. That is horrible. It's almost half a week dash time. Making $197. Now I've worked 10 hours active time, so I'm making $19.70 active time. And like $10 an hour. That's freaking terrible, man. And that's because I was doing earn by offer. Today was a better day I will say for certain. But the rules now are Agent 86. We are not going back on earn by offer until we have some bullets in the gun. 80 more earn by time orders. I think we're on the road tomorrow. I think we're going to go on a field trip. And we're going to take this over to Frederick, where it's $17 an hour base pay on earn by time. And we're going to see if we can really hypercharge the earnings. And you just do all DoorDash all day, which is Uber Eats. Uber Eats is really active and does halfway decent up there. So if Uber Eats has anything for us, we'll definitely consider it. GrubHub, I'll be out of market, so GrubHub probably won't have much to say to us. And Spark is really abysmal in that market, but I'll probably have Spark on just in case, but it'll be more of a, I don't even know. I don't even know if I'll waste time with Spark. The Walmarts up there are so dysfunctional. Every time I've ever tried to Spark, there we are, guys, 19, come on, get one more to hit 20, that would be fantastic. And we'd have one more like than I made an hour on active time on DoorDash this week. So that would be fantastic if we had more likes than I'm making an hour. Right now, at least it matches what I made an hour on DoorDash. That's not good. But of course, we are about to have more money loaded on there in those numbers. All right, here we go. I don't know if this is my customer or not. Somebody's waiting on the bench. We'll see. I don't think it is. They're not getting up. All right, guys, I'll be back. Wow. So whenever DoorDash has to hold our driving against a good day today either. 6 times I was hard braking. My average was 3. And 2 times, I was exceeding or hitting excessive speeds. So, well. I know at some point they're probably going to add that to the tier system and affect your ability to get orders. Thank you, DoorDash, for it. All right, so that puts us at right now 244.18 for the week, 12 active hours, 18 dash time hours, 30 deliveries completed. So 4 deliveries, 6 deliveries. So we did 10 deliveries, guys. I get and I was right. So the payout on that order, I guess I never told you guys the payout. $5 tip, $6.86 base pay, so $11.86. So I'm not unhappy with the $5 tip. That met my minimum standard. She's staying in the area. I don't hold her accountable for having any idea where Papa John's is at. So I'm okay with that part. Again, I'm okay with that part. It was great miles to money though. I'll tell you that much. But I was going to drive those miles. It's better to drive them with some money in the car than with no money at all. So we were on that order for 31 minutes. So we ended up with a $22.95 order value. Mainly in part because of the weight inside the store. And there we have it. So, all right. So let's get into the day, guys, because we are at the end of our day. We began our day at 11:44. a.m. We ended our day at 7:15. That's a p.m. We drove 129 miles today for $1.06 a mile from front door to convenience store right in front of my front door. We did 10 dashes today. With, I guess, that's weird. That's okay, so yeah, I guess we did 11. Because we did a spark and a GrubHub. So I guess we did 10 dashes. Did I have another stacked order? Maybe I didn't record. Maybe I did. I must have. Oh, I think I did. Yeah, it was the Panera Bread. That's right, Panera Bread times 2. I forgot to put the times 2 in there, guys. I apologize. That's why I'm looking at this quizzically. All right, so that does make sense. So we did 10 dashes and we did 12 total deliveries with our stacks because we did 2 DoorDash stacks. Our average an hour is $18.24 an hour dash time, not active time. Our active time, $24.78 an hour. We were offered at 74.2 miles. We drove at $1.85 a mile. In terms of our offered miles, we were on an order for an average of 45 minutes an order. We worked 74% of the time that we were out. We had an average of 7.5 minute wait at the restaurants or at Spark or shopping orders, whatever, basically till we got our orders at the restaurants. And our average wait time to get an order today went way up than normal. We were at 12 minutes. So that's why there was so much separation between our active time and our dash time. 12-minute average wait. So that was bigger than past days. And then we made a total of $137.12 tonight. So, like I said, I've had better days. I've had worse days, obviously. We felt we continued to fall short of our goal of $200, but that's mainly because we're not working enough hours to get it at $18 an hour. I would have probably, if I would have been willing to work till 11 o'clock tonight, I'd have had over $200. And maybe I'd have had it faster than that because I'm giving up still probably an hour and a half of prime earning time for dinner. And who knows what they had in mind for me up here, but we weren't going to find out. And with Spark, it's very possible I could have come up here and again, they could have had a shop ready for me to go. I mean, it's when you're sitting at $134, I could have earned $60 in the next 2 hours if I'd have been sparking and Ubering. I mean, it varies so much. So, all right. So there we are. Oh, I got 30 cents in the room. So, with that said, guys, that's where we stand. So, the biggest tip today, or of all time, Ari? Biggest tip of all time, I think it's probably $130. I'd have to go back and look. I have all my orders. I got to go back. I have to go back and look at my spreadsheet. But I think maybe $150, something like that. I don't know. I think I did I did a $200 order. I'm trying to think what the tip was on it. I did a $200 order. It was a catering order for DoorDash for Jersey Mike's. It was like $200, and I want to say my tip on that was like that might have been like $195 tip or something like that. Now today, if you're wondering about today, my biggest tip today was $16.02. And that was on the Walmart Spark. And that's not been finalized yet. Did we get our tip yesterday finalized or whatever day it was? Let's see. Yes, we did. So we have a $16 tip today that we were waiting on to get finalized. And if that doesn't finalize, then that changes our earnings or if they change it. So, yeah. All right. So we're going to figure it out. Like I said, I'm considering a field trip tomorrow. Considering taking the stream down to Frederick. There's ups and downs on that market. There's a lot of miles you can ride, but you're getting paid $17 an hour to do it. I might take it to a vote. Or we might just come back down here and just do our thing. Also, hold on. Let's do one thing, that way I can come back to the stream. End of the day, what's our ratings? So, rating, there it is. I'm going to show it to the stream right there. It's going to be inverted. 96%. So we went up 1 point today. Completion rate, 99%. I've still got a call about this. We're at 4.93%. It's supposed to fall off and you're going to go higher on customer rating. On time or early, 92%. In deliveries in the last 30 days on DoorDash, 305 deliveries and 4,592 deliveries lifetime. And that is the platinum rewards we're getting. Top priority for high paying orders, access to large orders, Dash Now anytime, VIP Dasher support, and early access to scheduling. So there you have it. Boom. And right now, Earn by Time is locked out. And yeah, there it is. And Frederick is gray. So it is what it is. That's where we're at, guys. And I appreciate everybody that rode along. Ari, take care. I hope the remaining 4 minutes of your day goes well. Maybe they'll let you dash a little longer tonight. Keep trucking, guys. If you're out there dashing, stay positive. Don't get caught up in the negative. Remember, you attract. How you act is what you attract. Remember that. So act positive, and you get positive things happen to you. Anyways, Rational Gig Driver signing off. Agent 86, you take it easy as well. Have a safe drive home from work. And I'll see you good people tomorrow. Probably because I got to take my son to the babysitters. We're going to shoot for sometime between 11 and 12 because of all of that. So I don't want to get him up too early if I don't have to, and let him sleep in a little bit, and then get him up, get him breakfast, get him dressed, off to the babysitters. It's about 45 minutes away. We have a family friend who takes care of him, and 35 minutes actually probably. We get him safely deposited there, and then we'll fire up the stream, guys. I need one more like. Come on now, we can get to 20. We can get to 20. What do I need to do? Hold on the stream. I got 11 of you in there. 3 dots at the top and hit the like button. I can't go home until it happens. My wife will start getting angry and mad. Oh no, I'm at 3%. That's because you know what? I can't charge my phone. I ordered more charging cords. See if they work. I don't know. 2%. Alright. Y'all win. I'll see y'all on the other side. See you tomorrow. Take it easy. Somebody hit that like button.